It's up to you. You can shut. I just opened it today for a bid opening. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. At this time, we will call to order the February 23rd, 2021 City Council Successor Agency Agenda Council meeting for 7 p.m. At this time, could we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Here.
Councilmember Meyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rary?
Here.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Here.
Mayor Bryant?
Here. So we do have a quorum. At this time, if you could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance, if possible, stand. We've been asked by the community if we could stand, and if you could stand with me as we recite the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So at this time, we are going to open public comments, and I will turn it to Margaret.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda, items that are listed under informational reports or on the consent calendar, request for future agenda items, new request. If you wish to comment on a future agenda item that is specifically listed on the agenda, please wait until that item is called. Please save your comments for any other items that are on the agenda for that part of the meeting when you'll have the opportunity to provide them. I received one public comment. A summary of these are shown, here on the slide that's being broadcast on the WebEx. And if you wish to speak under public comment, please use the raise your hand feature in WebEx, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the City Council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda, and if appropriate, staff will follow up on them. I currently have 4 hands raised. I'm going to start with Clifton Fagerquist, followed by Antonio Xavier. Clifton, go ahead.
Thank you. So I would like to talk about the zoning code update that was discussed last week. I read both the document as well as watched the video. And so I have a series of comments and questions I have. First off, the assistant city manager said that this must be done as soon as possible, ASAP. Why? What is the driving force behind this urgency? And of course, in the last meeting on this subject, just about everybody complained about the fact that they had only had the document 24 hours before discussing it. So it was also stated by the assistant city manager that the current zoning code is not objective. Who says that it's not objective? Is the state of California saying that it's not objective? What is going on here? Has the city had any communication with the state of California about the Brentwood zoning code? So my question is also, was there any letter or correspondence sent to the Brentwood City Council on this issue? If there has been some communication from the state of California about the Brentwood City's zoning code, I would really appreciate it if you would release this information, whether it's a letter or email from that seems to have directed the city of Brentwood from the state of California, indicating that there's some problem with our zoning code as currently stated. I have some comments from Yildiz, and she'll continue.
Margaret, is that okay? I can use this time, or would you like to give me another 3 minutes after finish this key slide?
Let's go.
I can.
Good evening, Mayor Bryant and City Council members. My name is Yildiz. I have comments about the February 17 meeting about zoning. My question is, what is wrong with the current zoning code update process? Why is rush for making changes? Who invited these people for the interview? By the way, most of the people are related to developers. What basis used for the selection? Why is a council member Rodriguez contributing? Are the results tainted as a result of this? Should be a non-biased, all community effort, not just developers. Thank you.
We're done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Antonio Xavier, followed by Rod Floor. Antonio, go ahead.
I am not happy that approximately $41,000 in fines were forgiven for the Suncoast property in Deer Ridge. The residents of Deer Ridge have been receiving harsh criticism from the vice mayor in these very council meetings for the cost of moving forward and dealing with a solution for the neglected land. At a recent meeting, there was a great proposal to use the fines being collected to offset the projected cost. My question tonight is, why the heck were the fines forgiven? Who made that decision and why? Why is the city casually forgiving the fines for a business entity with a public history of bad behavior towards the city of Brentwood and their neighbors in Deer Ridge? By Suncoast's own admission during their attempt to rezone, Suncoast had a documented history of being delinquent in paying their taxes. There have also been numerous complaints about their lack of upkeep on the property, leading to numerous fines. This is all documented. The lack of transparency from a city staff member interacting directly with the landowner in this situation is a problem, and the main reason I spoke against the proposed minor use permit suggestion at the last meeting. Big money deals should not be conducted behind closed doors. This should not be how we conduct business in Brentwood in the future. Now I'd like to shift to some good items. I want to start by saying thank you to the staff responsible for uploading the emails from the public in advance of the council meetings. I was able to review 21 pages of emails and see the large interest regarding the PLA item on the agenda tonight. I want to acknowledge this is a big change from how things used to operate. As someone who values transparency in government as a way to prevent corruption, I want to let you know that I truly appreciate the effort to make emails available to the public in advance. Thank you so much to whoever is in charge of this. And finally, I want to thank the entire council for the new and updated commission appointment process. It was great to see transparency there as well. I was especially excited to see the usage of ranked voting helping with all your decisions. I would like to once again request a future agenda item to implement ranked voting in city elections. Ranked voting can help avoid future conflicts when an elected position becomes available and we need to know who the next highest vote getter was. Please consider adding a discussion on ranked voting as a future agenda item at the end of the meeting tonight. Thank you very much for your time.
The next speaker is Rod Floor, followed by Carolina Villaseca. Mr. Floor, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. We only recently learned of the appeals of administrative citations rulings of January 28th, where the city's hearing officer, Deborah Gailey, found Deer Ridge Golf Club LP in violation on all counts, yet chose to forgive a total of $41,100 in fines. This despite the fact that the owners, a shell company for Suncoast, had done everything they could to resist compliance and even went so far as to tear up the fairways to stack dirt in the entrances when they finally relented and removed the offending orange barriers. I could see forgiving a fine if a person or business was really making an effort to comply and was working with the city to get the property up to code. But Suncoast did nothing but drag their feet, complain, and almost literally kick sand in our faces before finally, after months and months, they partially complied. They were even offered forgiveness for violations they had yet to remedy. Why on earth would the city do this? While the shell company can plead poverty by showing a depleted balance sheet, the truth is that Suncoast is very rich and can easily afford to pay. They are terrible neighbors who have done nothing but make the residents of Deer Ridge and Shadow Lakes miserable. Was there even anyone at the hearing who spoke about Suncoast's terrible behavior and about all the crap Deer Ridge and Shadow Lakes residents have had to put up with through the last 4 years? Well, if the city can just hand over this much money to a wealthy corporation in the middle of what is supposedly a tight fiscal year due to the pandemic, then this action has some ramifications. For one, I think the proposed changes to the municipal code to give the staff power to make decisions currently made by the council and planning commission is off the table. This is an example of the kind of decision-making we can expect from the city manager, and we would have to be crazy to give him any more authority. More importantly, if the city can afford to give Suncoast $41,100, they should be able to do the same for the residents of Deer Ridge, who after all are taxpayers and voters here, which is not true of Suncoast. If there's any difficulty coming up with the money, I would recommend letting go our city manager, who at just under $250,000 annual salary makes enough that we could save enough money to pay for the engineering report in just a few months. And if we left the position vacant for a couple of years, we could pay for the entire LLAD project. So I propose the city should kick in $41,100 plus the $27,700 in liens on the property they will collect from the county for a total of $68,800 to help offset the cost of the engineering report. Actually, I think the city needs to pay for the whole project, because if this is all we get for what we pay our city manager, who clearly cannot make rational decisions, we might as well put the dollars towards something useful. Thank you.
The next speaker is Carolina, followed by Robert. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you. First, about the zoning update, I would like to see the criteria for choosing the panelists and a list of the questions that they were asked. Also, I would like to see an updated presentation annotated with the council member feedback. This was a lot to try and absorb and look things up a day before the actual meeting, especially for those of us that are not as familiar with zoning as council members would be. So for the next presentation and update, if we could please get this information, it would be very helpful to understand how the presentation came together, what feedback was given to put the presentation together, how the panelists were chosen, what questions they were asked, and also to summarize everything that all the council members asked, which was really great information. Again, it was just a lot to absorb. Second, I echo what the last two callers said about the fees for the Deer Ridge Golf Course. That seems a huge amount of money to be just waving away for a developer. That does not set a good precedent for future developments or existing developments that need upkeep. Third of all, I'd like an update from our PIO, whom I know is new, but on what companies have been approached, what progress have we made as a city, who are we looking to attract that are non-retail companies to see what the rest of the build-up for Brentwood should look like. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Robert Jurasic, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced your last name, and then followed by Dorina. Go ahead.
You said it perfectly. Thank you. Good evening, council, mayor, and city staff. I'm here tonight to talk again, like these other residents, about ongoing issues in the Deer Ridge neighborhood. I'm sure the city staff is tired of dealing with Deer Ridge issues just as much as we are bringing them up. Unfortunately, back again tonight, and I think the residents deserve to have the city protect their neighborhoods. I think we deserve to have our neighborhoods become a better place in the future. And I thought that was going to happen through the establishment of the ordinances around defunct businesses. It was absolutely disheartening and frustrating to hear that the city let a bully of a real estate developer off the hook for the penalties they incurred while tormenting our neighborhood. The developer stopped maintaining our front entrance, placed large piles of dirt by the sidewalks, placed hideous orange barricades around the neighborhood, and let years of fully grown mature trees and plants die. These are just some of the ways they tormented us. I am saddened by the lack of transparency regarding the appeals process and the hearing and the forgiveness of those penalties. What's the point of ordinances if you're just going to ultimately forgive the penalties? You have now established a precedent for other businesses who can now go and say, hey, we don't want to be held responsible for our violations. I'd also like to know why a single city employee can decide the outcome without any input for residents or any resident representation. Absolutely shocking to hear, because I have been in constant communication with the city manager and the assistant city manager for over a year now on this exact issue. And it's at no fault of any Deer Ridge resident. This was an arrangement that was made between the city of Brentwood and the original golf course developer. Yet, we, the residents, are on the hook now to try and bring our neighborhood back up to par. I think the city of Brentwood owes it to us to credit the funds they just forgave towards our project here to reestablish the development, the landscape development in our neighborhood. Thank you.
The next speaker is Dorina, followed by Cinziana. Dorina, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Dorina Moraida. I am VP and co-founder of Hijas del Campo. We have been working very closely with the Contra Costa Health Department and local farms to get campesinos vaccinated, along with other folks 65 years and older. We have successfully secured vaccine appointments as well as test drive-up sites with collaboration with the Village Community Resource Center and Brighter Beginnings this past weekend. We will continue to do our work to ensure that those who are overlooked in this community have not only access to testing, but also to vaccines. In the past 2 weeks alone, we have successfully secured vaccine appointments for over 75 people in our campesino community. We are proud of this work, and we feel it is important for the community to know that we are doing this work for the better of the local campesinos and those who put food on our tables. We are thankful for the support of various council members, Karen Rary, Susan Meyer, and even prior to True Intentions, Vice Mayor Johnny Rodriguez. We are open to partnering with the city and other community members to reach as many people as possible, and we welcome anyone who is interested or has questions to please reach out to us. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cinziana. Cinziana, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I hope you can hear me just fine. I would like to start with a comment from last meeting, that actually special city council meeting on the topic of zoning code review. I did not get to ask our city council due to the 3 minutes time limit that before the report is even considered by the City Council and the Planning Commission as basis for changes to Brentwood zoning code, we should definitely look into who the author of the report is and what is her relationship with Rachel R. Miller, who is listed as a donor to Mr. Bryant's election campaign. Again, I'm asking for City Council to look into who Rachel R. Miller is. She is a donor to Mr. Bryant's election campaign and her relationship with the author of the zoning code change report. You all probably got the feeling that the changes proposed in that report do not restore trust in the city's administration. Maybe not all of you, but most of you know what I'm talking about. And the two I'm referring to know what I am talking about. If not, they will get an email from me for clarification. Hopefully they will answer it because I know they're very proficient at ignoring emails from residents. In order to improve the trust, it will be nice to have another session to really set the stage, what the report is, have the information present on city's website along with the presentation from the privileged report author. Also, as a transition, if you stand during Pledge of Allegiance, please adjust your camera so we're not seeing your pan. Otherwise, public could interpret it differently. Fines collected by the city. Another topic. I am with the Deer Ridge residents who are frustrated about the preferential treatment businesses, rich people, and special interests received in the city. My neighbors and I can relate since we had to deal with an illegal landscape business operating in our neighborhood, and they will probably find nothing. And I am still waiting to get an answer on my public records request. I want to know if the fines sent to residents are forgiven as well. Most likely not, based on what I'm seeing happening around town. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Danny Dorman. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. First and foremost, I want to thank Vice Mayor Rodriguez for taking time to speak with me about the statements I've made regarding the rezone update document and his participation. It was a frank and it was an open discussion. And although the conversation didn't change my point of view on the subject, and specifically the participation of the user-friendly staff, developer-friendly rather, staff-written secret meeting, there are some comments that I may have made that were upsetting to his family, and that I apologize for. In a second, I'll explain why I'm focusing on the staff. But that said, I hope that the Vice Mayor will take the time out during the recap of activities to share some of the comments he made with me to other Brentwood residents, because I'm not the only one. I said my concerns, but they're echoed by a lot of people. So I hope that the Vice Mayor will find the time to speak directly to us. Now, the staff. And I've made my position clear about the staff. And the recent revelations regarding tens of thousands of citations by the staff being waived is yet another example of the bottom to top review of non-elected officials is required, not suggested, not demanded, required. The simple facts are these. In the last 4 weeks, the staff approved a developer-friendly rezone document. It was crafted by the staff. It was finished in January, yet it was presented to us only a day before. So I'm trying to figure out why we lost 15 days on that. But and then the suggestions included fewer interactions between the city council and the planning commission and the developers. That the decision should only be made by the staff, and the staff should have the autonomy of how decisions are made. So then you have Amber Lane, where a developer freely admitted that the design changes were made to put money in his pocket. It was approved by the staff and almost went unopposed. And now we have this whole waiver of the tens of thousands of dollars that could be for the homeless, COVID, so many different things. And this was made by the staff, tens of thousands of dollars. So my quick questions, who was involved? And will my questions actually be answered and placed somewhere? Thank you.
The next speaker is Sean, and if I can ask everybody who's already spoken to unraise your hand, please. Sean, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great, thank you. I'm calling in on behalf of a few kids from Brentwood, and I just want to let you guys know, and maybe you can direct me to the right person. We come out to Sunset multiple days a week, every week, and the kids are playing baseball. There's multiple organizations that are actually paying money to play out here. We appreciate it. The fields are usually in great shape. But my issue is there's a city employee that sits here and walks around, does nothing. Meanwhile, between teams, when teams change out from one team to another, the fields are never dragged. And in a city where everybody's so liability-stricken with everything, I can't believe a guy's sitting here not dragging fields that would take 5 minutes. So I want to bring it to your attention. I don't know if anybody's brought this up previously, and hopefully we can get these fields dragged for these kids between the swap out between teams. So if there's anybody on the board that could tell me who to talk to get this addressed, I'd appreciate it.
Margaret, before we go to the next speaker, if we could have staff, the proper staff, Bruce, probably Parks and Rec, get in touch with this speaker and assist him with his concern. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
If the previous speaker could send me his contact information, I could, via the chat feature, I can send it to Bruce. There's no further speakers with their hands raised.
Seeing that there are no...
We have one more. One hand just went up. Mr. Wayne Francis. Mr. Francis, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Thank you, Margaret. Council members, I just want to echo the sentiments of some of my fellow Deer Ridge residents. My name is Wayne Francis, and I've been a resident of Deer Ridge for the past 17 and a half years. And I can only state that I had nothing but disgust and outrage of the removal of the fines to Suncoast for doing what they've done. And in light of the fact that the residents have been asked and voted, and we had to have a census of sorts as to whether we were going to go ahead with dealing with the LLAD and having to have discussion with the city council, how come one individual is able to waive those fines and have no input from council? This is funds that were supposed to either go into city coffers or, more appropriately, be used to offset the expenses for the LLAD revision that was supposed to be underway. And why is it that they can walk away with $68,000 in fines? We're not talking about a small corporation. Their assets have been estimated to be in excess of $100 million. And they have done nothing but violated the residents of Deer Ridge for the past 4 years and gotten away with it. This is a smack in the face, and it needs to have a review, and it needs to have accountability to the city council. I can't see how a city employee can take that $68,000 and just waive it willy-nilly. It's just beyond reproach as far as I'm concerned. I am utterly disgusted, and it needs to be addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we do have one more hand raised. Claudia, go ahead.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. This is actually my first time joining a meeting. A Brentwood resident for almost 4 years, and I'm kind of shocked just hearing how $100 million company could get bailed out by the city when we have other issues going on, like feeding the homeless, helping our farm workers, our campesinos. You know, there's people there that need food. There's kids that need Wi-Fi, and we're bailing out a $100 million company. Just make it make sense, you know? I'm also with the other person. If you're going to stand up to do the Pledge of Allegiance, can you please turn off your camera? Because we could all see your area. Thank you.
And with that, there's no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Okay. Well, seeing that there are no further comments, we will close public comment, and we will move into informational reports from council members, committees, and staff. We will begin with Councilmember Mendoza.
Hello. This last couple of weeks, we did have the Park and Rec and Art Commission interviews, and I, like one of the speakers said, I actually thought the process worked really well. I'm a big proponent of force ranking, so I thought that worked well. I think it was great for everyone in the city to hear all of the answers. I think it's nice to be super transparent. I love that. Also, we had the zoning meeting. We also heard a lot about the zoning meeting. People can watch that. I actually had a lot of questions about that. Someone asked why we're doing it. There are some state reasons we're doing it. I think it was SB 35 that we have to be very specific on our design element requests that we have when people come and bring development. So my question, which I hope I get answered, is what are we doing because it's required by law, and what are we doing because it's nice to have, and then we need to go through all of those separately. I sat in a meeting where we had a BART update, which was great to hear. They talked about update on homeless, how they're managing their homeless, which I thought was good. Like maybe we can leverage some of their findings with our police department. They talked about the ambassador program. So those are like almost plainclothes people. It's very casual, and they just kind of walk around the trains and help everyone. They also now have a new crisis department that helps people when there's issues going on, which was fantastic. That was great to hear because, you know, BART is not that far from us. We also heard from the county regarding homeless and their core program. One of the things that they emphasize is if there is an issue, if there's homeless where you don't think they should be, we should be calling 211. I think Officer Silva and the police department do a great job trying to help us with the homeless issue, but sometimes they're not on Brentwood property, and we really need to look to other resources to help us. So that's great. I attended the PAL crab feed, and if you know me out there, you know I love a crab feed. I try to go to a lot, and it's not the same because we couldn't all be together, but it was great to drive through and pick up our dinner. Also, another thing, Heritage High has an Adopt a Senior every single year. I participated before. If you're interested in adopting a senior that might need a little extra love, they give you a list of items, and you can just order them online and have them shipped to their home during COVID, which is I've done in the past. So if anyone's interested in Adopt a Senior, let me know. And I also supported the Hijas del Campo. They were signing up people for COVID vaccinations at Azucar over on Brentwood Boulevard. So I supported them. And yeah, I will keep supporting organizations that I feel strongly about. And just FYI, my sister is part of the organization. It's come up many times before. Someone was not aware of that, so making everyone aware. My sister has spoken and said, my sister. I speak and say, my sister. So this all started actually before I was in office, and I am so happy to support them, and will continue to do so day in and day out. So if anyone has any questions about vaccinations, because I post COVID numbers every day, you know I'm passionate about COVID and getting rid of it. So if anyone wants information on vaccinations, you can give me a call. You can call the Village Community Resource Center, or you can reach out to Hijas del Campo, and we will help you get signed up for your vaccination. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. I had a wonderful meeting with the Brentwood Seniors Club to kind of start with the establishing communications, and I wanted to hear what their needs were and what their thoughts were and what was going on in the city. They would actually love to present their annual report, their board of directors, in May for our Senior Citizens Month, so maybe I'll see about adding that as an agenda item at the end. Attended the League Mayors and Council Members Roundtable for Small Business Economic Recovery from Pandemic and Wildfires. And I took a lot of notes on that, but since we're doing a report later on, I figure maybe I can add some of those at that point. As part of my alternate position on the Habitat Conservancy Board, I had an educational meeting with the Byron Solar, it was an HCP discussion. Of course, attended the zoning meeting and planning with the Planning Commission. Also, I'm a fan of supporting nonprofits. So I did I bought food from the PAL to support that one. So great job, PAL. Sounds like you guys had a great event. But I attended virtually the Choice in Aging one, which is another one of my favorite nonprofits that I love to support. There's more of those coming. This is the season for crab dinners, and now that we're doing them virtually, the menus have expanded. So more of those to come, and I think that would be it for this week. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rary.
Since the last time we met, I attended the John Marsh Historic Trust meeting, the League of California Cities Understanding Public Service Ethics, Laws, and Principles, the Family Justice Institute Community Training on Disability Justice and Collective Access. Interesting thing that they talked about is that those who are disabled have a double whammy when they are people of color, and how to overcome that and get services to those who are disabled and of color. I was invited to attend the Working Wonders Board meeting. They are looking for a space of about 2,000 square feet that they can serve 30 individuals, 30 clients. They have 16 students graduating from the Gateway program in June, another 6 that are graduating in December, and they've already got 5 on the waiting list. So they are in great need. So if the city can work with them to find space, that would be great. I spoke with representatives from the Contra Costa Building and Construction Trades Council regarding the PLA we'll be discussing this evening. And I attended the League of California City Women's Caucus meeting with California Secretary of State Chief Communication Officer Paula Val-Castano, and the Climate Safe California, Phasing Out Fossil Fuels, a Just Transition in Oil and Gas Drilling. And I spoke with several Deer Ridge residents who were outraged at the dismissal of the $41,000 in code violations on the golf course property, at which I have been still trying to get some questions answered through staff. Hopefully, we will be able to get that information to those property owners so that they can understand what took place. I'd like to understand what took place in the public hearing and have not been able to get that information. And that is all that I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, I participated in the Parks and Recs interviews. I thought it went really well. It was nice to have, the transparency in regards to everybody being involved, so I thought that worked out. I also participated in a special training with the Planning Commission and the Council. I thought that was a very good training. Obviously, there's still a lot to learn regarding zoning, but it was a very good training. I did want to mention there was a food giveaway. I did want to mention the groups that were involved. The Contra Costa Solano County Food Bank, the Sons of the American Legion, Moms Demand Action, La Clinica, John Muir Hospital, youth and volunteers within this area, Gata Party, New Air Security, and I just want to say that they went out and distributed 500 to 500 families, food, essentials, and they actually went and did it home to home. It was a huge project, and I just want to thank those groups for doing that for our residents. within Brentwood, especially with the circumstances which they are, with families that are struggling with food and things like that. So I do want to thank those groups for coming out and supporting 500 homes here in Brentwood. And that's it.
Mr. Mayor, before you continue on, I forgot. I volunteered at the PAL drive-through crab feast. We sold over 500 bags of crab and about 80 tri-tips. And while it was a little slow, those first couple of cars, while we got our rhythm going, I got to tell you, it was a really good turnout. People seemed so happy with it. And while it wasn't the in-person, the drive-through crab feed was worked out great for the people who participated. Thanks.
Thank you. And since we last met, I also participated in the Parks and Rec commissioners as well as the Planning Commission zoning training workshop, the East Contra Costa Habitat Conservancy Board, where I met with 3 different representatives of the Byron Solar companies and commission there. Transplan meeting, BART, State Route 4, ECRIFA also, and Tri-Delta Transit Board. And I met with several residents of businesses, several residents very upset about the situation with Deer Ridge, and a few businesses and business owners that are wanting to come into town. I had some great conversations with them, and we're looking very much forward to the state opening back up for businesses. And that's all I have to report at this time. At this time, though, staff does have some updates that they would like to share during this portion, and I'll turn it to Tim Ogden.
I thought that the staff could provide 2 brief updates based on some of the public comments. So I've asked Assistant City Manager Terrence Grimdahl to provide a brief explanatory update on the zoning code update and some of the questions that were asked by the public. So, Terrence?
I had to make him a panelist. Just a moment. He should be ready to go now.
Thank you, City Manager, and Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I'd like to briefly provide an update about the zoning issues that have been raised in the community and here tonight. I want to indicate that the stakeholder meetings that were conducted are simply informational to gather input. They did not write the report. They did not even strongly influence the report. The interviewing stakeholders is a tried and true method of gaining input into a process. You talk to some of your customers. In fact, some of the customers that are the most unhappy and maybe run counter to what the goals of the community have are the most useful to understand how the process works. So it's an information gathering technique, and they do not have any special standing in terms of drafting a document. There were no secret meetings or any nefarious intent. It's simply a way of gaining information. The policy document itself was written by the planning staff under my direction. That's where the policy document came from. So I wanted to be clear about that. I also want to talk about the fact that we're at the very beginning of this process. The policy issue paper is simply a discussion of certain ideas. There are no proposed changes. There are no changes that the council approved. We simply laid out some concepts, and we were looking to get input from the council and the planning commission, and we got very good input, very helpful input that'll shape this process going forward. I also want to address what the need for the zoning ordinance update is. There's a combination of factors, but for 5 years, This has been a priority for the community. 5 years ago, it was made a strategic priority by the then City Council. The reasons for it at the time were, and still maintain the importance, is to comply with all state mandates, but also to make our code more business friendly, to be able to attract the commercial development that we know we need to become a more complete community. So the real focus of the zoning ordinance update is to streamline job generating development. That's one of the key pieces. So we're at the beginning of that process. There's going to be significant public input into that process. The policy issue paper is up on the community development website at this point. It will be any further documents that we have will also go up on that on the website. We're probably going to create a zoning ordinance update web page. And I also have committed that any future documents will be up on that website for at least 2 weeks prior to any action or consideration by the City Council. So with that, I wanted to thank you for the chance to set the record straight, and I appreciate it, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor, I have a quick question. I know that, and I don't know if it's the right time, and if it's not, please somebody interrupt me. But Terrence, I have a question for you because I didn't know I was the only one selected to be part of that process, and I know there's been some concerns in the community. Why was I the only one selected as a council member at the time to be part of the stakeholders interview, which, like you said, there was no private meeting or anything like that? But why was I the only council member that was selected to be part of this process, which I didn't know about?
Sure. It was my decision. You've raised issues about how the planning process works in the east side of Brentwood, and so I thought that you had some insights into where the problems would be and where the future issues are. And the other factor is every other city council member was engaged in an election at the time, and I thought it was better not to enter that fray. So for better or worse, that was my decision. That's why you were the only council member that was interviewed.
Thank you, Terrence, for clearing that, because like I said, I mean, I didn't know I was the only council member until the other day, but I appreciate you explaining that.
Of course.
Thank you, Terrence. Yes.
If I could just provide one more update then. To the questions about the Deer Ridge Golf Course appeals hearing, I would just reference the public to start with the Brentwood Municipal Code, and it's in section 1.24. It outlays the process that staff are following, where an applicant can appeal the process, and we have set schedule of management staff who are selected as hearing officers. This is a process that most cities in California use. Occasionally, you'll see cities that use other employees from other cities to create further distance between the city staff and the decision that they're making. They have complete autonomy, so I was not consulted in that hearing process, neither was the city attorney. In fact, we used outside legal counsel to provide some legal support to the staff member acting as the judge, if you will, in that hearing. But because of the public interest in this, the meeting was recorded, and in consultation with the city attorney, it is a disclosable record. So we're going to go ahead and just make that video of that appeal hearing available on the website by the end of the week, barring any technical difficulties, in the spirit of transparency so that the public can see how that hearing was conducted, what evidence was presented, and whether everyone agrees with the outcome or not. I personally am not a fan of the outcome, but I understand that there was a process involved and, again, was not involved in it, and respect the staff with the judgment that they were given, and to decide for themselves how that hearing went. I believe the community also knows there is an update that property has been deeded over from the original property owner, so Suncoast is no longer the property owner. And the new property owner is committed, as far as I understand, to continue to work to abate some of the issues on the property. Staff are going to continue to resume a program of regular code enforcement on the property where there are violations. And as was expressed earlier, not all of the fees have been waived. There's still some pending compliance that needs to be addressed. We do have on the agenda tonight under D3 an update on our community enrichment efforts, code enforcement efforts, and so it encouraged the public to continue to participate in tonight's meeting and maybe understand further about the priority that we put on compliance over penalty payments. Again, whether that's popular with everyone or not, compliance is the primary objective of our code enforcement efforts in fairness. And so encourage the public to listen to that later on the agenda tonight. Thank you.
At this time, we will then move on to consent calendar. I have a motion for the consent calendar.
Consent calendar on items not pulled from consent calendar.
Okay. Second. First and a second. Margaret, could we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer? Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary? I'm sorry, Councilmember Rary, I didn't hear.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay. So we'll now move into item C, public hearings, and item C1, consideration of various actions and resolutions completing annexation number 13 to the City of Brentwood Community Facilities District number 5. And Deborah Gailey will provide a report.
My apologies, I need to move her up to N.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Member, and Council members. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to share a map here. Okay. So good evening. Tonight's public hearing completes the election process for the annexation of additional territory into Community Facilities District number 5. CFDs are a funding mechanism for various public services and facilities, including police and public safety, joint use school facilities, and community amenities such as the community center and library. The property within the proposed annexation area includes 161 residential units and 3 commercial projects located in various areas throughout the city, including here in the Northwest, one south of Balfour, one downtown, a commercial project at Brentwood Boulevard and Sand Creek, and a residential single-family unit on Lone Oak Road. And let's see if I can get back. Okay. Upon development, additional revenue is estimated at approximately $137,000 annually to support the authorized facilities and services. Each property owner within the annexation has been provided a ballot explaining the district and providing the opportunity to cast their vote. The balloting results will be tabulated at the close of the public hearing. Staff is available should council have any questions. Thank you.
There are questions questions of staff, if you could electronically raise your hand, and then I'll call them in order, and if not, we will move forward with this.
Mute there.
Thank you. I don't see any hands, so at this time, if we could get a motion.
Andre.
I'm sorry.
Electronically and physically.
Well, we may have to do it physically. My computer's having some issues here.
Got it. Okay.
Never mind.
Thank you. Deborah, can you please clarify the Lone Oak property? I wasn't clear what exactly that one was.
Sure. It is one single-family residential unit located on approximately 4 acres on Lone Oak Road.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other council members that have questions? See any hands right now? Okay, thank you. So do we have a motion?
I believe it'd be appropriate.
I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. At this time, we'll take public comments on this item. Margaret?
I have received no written public comments on this item prior to the meeting. A summary of other comments will be shown on the screen. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the WebEx feature, and I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after time expires. I see 3 hands raised, but I'm not sure if 2 of them were raised from previous, from public comment. So I'll go ahead and unmute Dorina now. It's not letting me unmute her. I'll unmute Mr. Francis. Mr. Francis, did you want to speak on this item? His hand is unraised now. Okay. And then I will call on Carolina. Carolina, go ahead.
Hi, yes. Thank you, and please bear with me. That presentation went so fast that I wasn't really able to tell what properties and what this was about. I'm unclear. This was, it went a little fast. If I could trouble the speaker to go through it perhaps a little slower and actually point to the properties and talk about what it is that it entails, I would greatly appreciate it.
No problem. I can definitely do that. The
next speaker is Danny Dorman. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And I look forward to that answer as well. My only comment is, basically, how can we trust if the $250,000 man isn't really keeping an eye on his staff? How can we trust anything with respect to rezoning, annexing, anything that's involving the city? Thank you.
There's no additional hands raised.
Okay, thank you. If it is okay with council, Deborah, if you would be willing to go through, and I know this is unusual, but it's an unusual request as well, and Zoom is wreaking havoc tonight on computers for sure. If you could at least answer the questions that were asked, that would be appreciated.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Before Ms. Gailey answers the questions, it would be appropriate for the council to, if you're going to close the public hearing, or if you'd like to give her to give the report.
so at this time, then I need a motion to close the public hearing. Okay, we have a first. Roll call vote, please.
I'm sorry, if I could get the first and the seconder, I didn't hear anything on my end. Who was the
first?
And who was the second?
Clarify before the vote, Mr. Mayor, if you could, or I can do this, just to indicate that the election in this matter is hereby called, and if you could ask if there are any additional ballots that need to be turned in before this vote occurs.
Okay, thank you. Margaret, are there any additional ballots that need to be turned in or submitted?
No, there's not.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Damien. Now a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary? Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez? Vice Mayor
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay. Now, Deborah, if you could go through that again, and I think my computer finally unfroze, so hopefully we won't have any more errors on my side.
Okay, no problem. The first Community Facilities District was formed in 2002. It is a special tax that funds various facilities and services provided by the City of Brentwood. And since the formation of the first district, all new development, residential and non-residential, are required by their project's conditions of approval to annex into a CFD to help fund those facilities and services. So as new development progresses, we provide annexation actions in the form of an election with ballots provided to the property owners so that the projects may be annexed into the district and contribute to the special tax. Tonight's action, and let me see if I can open up the map again, annexes 5 new development projects. Are you able to see the map?
Yes.
Great. Okay. So the 5 projects included in this annexation action are a multifamily project along Amber Lane in the northwest corner of the city, a single-family residential unit, 1 unit located on just under 4 acres on Lone Oak Road, a commercial project located at the corner of Sand Creek Road and Brentwood Boulevard, a commercial project located at 200 Oak Street at the corner of Oak and 2nd, and a non-residential project located south of Balfour between Walnut Boulevard and Brentwood Boulevard. Per the CFDs, let me close this. The developments will begin contributing the special tax during the tax year after which they have pulled a building permit. And as I mentioned, those special taxes help fund specific cities, facilities, and services. I hope that does a little better or slower explanation of it. We have had approximately 30 annexations over the last 19 years since CFDs have been formed.
Thank you very much, Sarah.
Sure, and I'd be happy to answer any more specific questions.
Okay, at this time, if you have any questions of staff, or if council would like to make any further comments, if you could raise your hand, and if not, if I could get a motion now on this item.
I'll make a motion to adopt a resolution determining to annex territory to CFD number 5 and calling a special election for CFD number 5.
I second.
We have a first from Council Member Rary, second from Vice Mayor Rodriguez. Could I get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer? Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, we will move on to item D now, business items. Item D1, to provide additional direction on...
Mayor, I believe
We're done with that.
There's a couple more steps on this.
Okay. Yes, thank you. So at this time, could I ask the city clerk to tabulate the ballots and read the results?
All of the ballots have been returned, and it's a 100% affirmative vote.
Thank you. Okay, so could I get a motion and a roll call vote for the acceptance of these ballots?
I'll make a motion to adopt a resolution determining the results of the special election for the annexation of territory to CFD number 5.
Second that.
Councilmember Rary first, Councilmember Meyer second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer? Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary? Councilmember Rary?
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Mr. Mayor, before we continue on, I've had something that has just been making my eye water profusely. If we could take 5 minutes so that I can remove whatever is in my eyes so we can continue.
Of course. At this time, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ray, are you okay now?
I hope so.
Okay. Well, once everyone gets back in, we will bring it back. Okay. So at this time, we will reconvene the City Council Successor Agency meeting of February 23rd, 2021, and we will move into business items D1, provide additional direction for a citywide project labor agreement, and I will turn it to Mickey Sabota.
Check, Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Very well.
Awesome. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. The 2018-2020 Council provided direction to staff to pursue a citywide project labor agreement, otherwise known as a PLA, with the local unions for city public construction projects. As described in the staff report, a PLA is a pre-hire agreement between the city and local labor organizations. A PLA can be for specific projects, or it can be applied citywide for multiple projects. Proponents of PLAs generally argue that they provide high level of skilled workers, they reduce labor disruptions, provide greater coordination and cooperations for large, complex projects. Opponents of PLAs generally argue that these types of agreements limit competition by favoring union over non-union contractors, resulting in higher project costs. Historically, most city projects have been constructed without a PLA, with notable exceptions being the City Hall, the Community Center, and the library. Even without a citywide PLA, the city has not had issues with labor disruptions or coordination of work on city projects. In addition, approximately 85% of the $87 million spent on public construction projects over the past 5 years have been successfully constructed with union prime contractors. At the direction of the 2018-2020 City Council, staff has been negotiating with representatives of the Contra Costa Building Trades Council on a citywide PLA. Through these negotiations, we've been able to resolve most of the outstanding issues. We are, however, requesting some additional clarification and direction from this new council on 3 questions as highlighted in the staff report. First, does this new 2020-2022 council wish for staff to continue to pursue a citywide PLA? Second, if council desires a citywide PLA, what projects should be included in the PLA? The trades have made it clear that they would like all projects over $1 million regardless of scope. Weighing the arguments both for and against PLAs, staff feels that the PLAs would be most appropriate for those projects over $1 million that are specifically complex, involve multiple trade crafts, and for a long duration. The City Hall, the Community Center, the library, the upcoming amphitheater project, these are all good examples of complex, multi-craft, long-duration projects that could benefit both the city as well as the largest number of contractors and subcontractors. Staff feels that these types of projects offer the biggest and best value for the additional costs and efforts associated with having a PLA requirement. Projects that are relatively simple, that involve few trades or have a short construction schedule will not get the same magnitude of labor-related benefits under a PLA. Examples of these types of projects that we feel are not necessarily appropriate for PLAs include simple roadway slurry projects that involve few trades that can be completed in a few months, or replacing expensive pieces of equipment where the percentage of labor costs are very small compared to the overall total project costs. Alternative ideas that staff has presented to the trades include projects over $1 million that council can select each year as part of the annual capital improvement program, or projects over $1 million that are defined as community facilities or parks and trails in the capital improvement program. The trades have resisted both of these ideas as well. Finally, depending on Council's direction on the first two questions, we will also need further direction on the time frame and term for the PLA as described in the staff report. We would like to thank Council for patience as we work through these various issues on the PLA. This concludes my presentation. I am available to answer any questions. And I also do believe we have Mike Vlamming, our special legal counsel, to help answer any legal questions. Thank you.
Thank you. If any of the council has questions of staff, if you could raise your hand on the side and I'll call you in order. Okay, seeing none, then at this time.
Wait, I have a question.
Mike, okay, let's see. Councilmember Rary, my computer's just really slow right now, I'm sorry.
Nikki, so you said something like flooring of roads. Isn't it true, though, the flooring of our roads can take upwards of the entire year and not just a couple of months? And the same for, I mean, if we're going to do just parks and trails, the facilities and then parks and trails, wouldn't it also be the same that trails could be done within a couple of months? I guess you're suggesting one thing, but you're using other examples which also would reflect a shorter time period. So I'm confused on where the real difference is between them.
Okay, so to the first question, slurry seal typically only happens in the summertime because of weather constraints and actually traffic-related constraints. Most of our slurry seal projects, in fact, we try to do it while school is out. The time frame of a month to 2 months is a typical range for a $1 million slurry seal project. So that's typically what we can get done for a $1 million slurry. The option of, or the offer of categorizing projects over $1 million that are community facilities or parks and trails, when you look at projects that are typically large, complex, multi-trade, long duration, things like City Hall, the community center, the library, the amphitheater, maybe a future Sand Creek Sports Park complex. These are typically community facilities or parks and trail, or actually categorized as a community facilities or a parks and trail as part of our CIP. That's why we made that offer.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza. Councilmember Mendoza, if we can get your sound working, we'll come back to you, and I will go to Councilmember Meyer at this time.
A couple of questions. Obviously, this is a very big decision for the city, so I'm sure none of us go into this kind of thing lightly, and we are doing all kinds of research on our own, trying to prepare ourselves for tonight. I did some research, talked with residents and other cities, and a lot of that myself, but one of my questions is, it looks like there are active or pending PLAs in Concord, Richmond, Pittsburgh, Martinez, Antioch, El Cerrito, and Pinole, and in addition with the county. So I would like to know how you see Brentwood comparing with those cities, how we differ. I mean, I'm just kind of curious, have you looked at this in a regional way? Have you looked at this in comparison with other cities? And if so, how would you react to that?
Good question. So we are aware of citywide PLAs in Martinez, Pittsburgh, Richmond. They're very comparable in terms of the dollar threshold, around $1 million. I believe one of the cities also has a side letter that allows exclusion of certain projects. Contra Costa County also has the $1 million threshold, although they also ran into problems where federal funding, if certain federal funds limited the use of PLAs. Concord, I believe, has either a $1 million or $750,000 threshold, but they also exclude work related to base reuse.
Can I ask another one?
Sure.
Thank you. So the question would be, if the exclusion of a project is something that has been presented as an option, and then with all of these different things going back and forth as far as the negotiations, what has the trades said would be their hard line on what they're willing to compromise on?
We've gone back and forth multiple times with the trades. We've offered, if you look on the staff report, we did offer 2B, 2C, 2D. They have resisted all these, or they haven't really accepted all these ideas. They did accept, or they did present an offer of all projects over $1 million, regardless of scope, as well as having a side letter to exclude specific projects, similar to one of these other, I believe it's Pittsburgh or Richmond.
Councilmember.
So,
am I on again? Yeah. That stinks because I said that so eloquently. Thank you, Vice Mayor Rodriguez. So my question then would be, in these cities that do have active PLAs, have you looked at what they have done as far as what's different from what the original proposal was? I mean, how much negotiation, for example, has Pittsburgh gone back and forth with? And again, how do we compare with that? I'm looking at the difference in the negotiations part of this specifically, like how much more are we asking for than what other cities are asking for example?
I wasn't able to get any information about the negotiation process, the give and take between all the various cities. I do know that ultimately what was agreed to by these cities is the same general threshold, $1 million threshold, all projects over $1 million. And then, like I mentioned, there was one city that has a side letter that excluded projects. Concord excludes everything related to base reuse.
And my last question would be then, if you did recommend, if this all goes through and you recommended an exclusionary clause, what would you recommend for that?
Staff would recommend projects that are not large, complex, multi-trade, long duration.
Thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza, is your mic working again?
Yeah, I called in. I think Councilmember Meyer asked the question about what other cities were doing and things along that line. So thank you.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, Mickey, quick question. Either one of these, if we go with, let's say we even went with A, let's just say the $1 million, it has to be up to $1 million. Has there been any discussion around community benefits within the language of the PLA for any of those that we're going with? Have we talked about community benefit, for example, making sure that local folks are working within the PLA, but also that local small businesses are part of the PLA? Has that been discussed in regards to, like I said, the community benefit part of it?
Yes, it's actually a very standard requirement in PLAs to favor or to really promote hiring local. We've been working with the trades to really have a goal of having 25% local, and local is being defined as East Contra Costa County, or East County, so Brentwood, Antioch, Oakley, and unincorporated areas. That's just a goal. It's not a set guarantee. There are other benefits like participation in the Helmets to Hard Hats program. That, of course, is a union.
But I mean, my thing is, obviously, it's hard to guarantee if we don't have 25 union workers here, right, on a specific trade. But my thing is that how are we being able to know that they've really made the effort to do that, right? How do we know that they're making an effort to look for those local workers within East County, that 25%?
We would have to work with the PLAs and the unions to verify employment and that they're actually local.
Now, is there a way to also put in within the PLA, within that community benefit language, that they also would work with local small businesses?
Yeah, if council wants to make that policy direction to staff, we could work with the trades to incorporate that in the PLA.
Okay. Is there other communities that are doing this currently within the community benefits, do you know, that are working with the PLAs, with the unions pertaining to community benefits?
I'm not aware of any. I believe Antioch is also working on a citywide PLA.
Yeah, because I had a discussion with someone, and my understanding is Oakland and also BART also has community benefit language within their PLAs. So that's something, that obviously we could discuss at some point, but okay. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. If there are no more questions.
I have a follow-up question. This is based on Vice Mayor Rodriguez's question, because I was hoping that Mickey could help me understand a little bit better what I'm interested in what Vice Mayor Rodriguez brought up with the community benefits and the potential involvement with small businesses. Can you give us all an idea, especially those of us who are new, what that would look like?
I may actually have to defer this to our legal counsel. He's got a lot more experience with PLAs. But there is language that we've been working with the trades, again, to really promote hiring local, and that's the biggest benefit. And again, in addition to the other programs like the helmets to hard hats and other social benefits for the PLA.
Those programs, and just please let me know if I'm wrong or right, but, and I'm sorry, Councilmember Meyer, if I could just ask really quick, and then we'll get the gentleman on, but you kept mentioning the program, the hard hats I forget the name of the program, but is that happening anyways when we don't have a PLA and we're contracting with with union contractors anyway, like the prime contractors? Are we still benefiting off those programs without a PLA?
Right. So that's a good point. So the helmets to hard hats program is a union program. It's not specific just because there's a PLA. Like I mentioned in the staff report in the presentation, even though we don't have a PLA, 85% of the work we've given out over the past 5 years have gone to union prime contractors anyway. And so the helmet to hard hats program is a union program. So they are, even though we don't have a PLA, a citywide PLA, we are utilizing that program in the fact that we're hiring union workers.
Okay, thank you. And once again, I apologize, Councilmember Meyer. I didn't want to interrupt your question, but I just keep on hearing that. Thank you. So, Mickey, it sounded like Councilmember Meyer had that question for you, and I don't want it to be lost. And you referred that to our legal representative. Is there a way that you could answer that for her?
Right. So I'll ask Margaret if you can make Mike Blanding a panelist and have him provide any additional insight.
Mickey, I think I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Mayor Bryant, members of the council, my name is Mike Blanding. I'm an attorney that's been working with Mr. Sabota and the staff to negotiate this project agreement. So the question is about small local business participation. That can be done. I have not seen it done, at least in project agreements that I'm aware of, by cities. BART does have it. That's negotiated in there because of the funding sources for BART projects. There is participation goals for small and local business enterprises, disadvantaged business enterprises that are part of a state and federal program. And so that requires incorporation of a lot of language to make sure that you're in alignment with those programs and consistent with the funding sources, that you're not discriminating against other entities. The other way to approach it would be for the city to establish a pre-qualification process by which ranking the qualifications prioritizes participation by small local contractors. So that would be introducing an administrative procedure sort of at the front end that as projects go out to bid, there's a pre-qual process that incorporates that type of a provision. I'd also like to take this opportunity to speak for just a second on the question of the helmets to hard hats program. That is a national building trades initiative. And what that program seeks to do is to take returning veterans, military veterans who are interested in a career in the construction industry and provide them opportunities to enter the industry upon completion of the military service. So in order for that to really work effectively, there has to be a mechanism in the referral procedures to allow priority dispatch of folks that are entered into the Helmets to Hard Hats program. And that's why you see them in project labor agreements, is because without that provision, the union referral procedures cannot prioritize because they generally run by the established hiring hall procedures, which is largely based on a chronological referral process. In other words, the first person to sign the out-of-work list is the first person to be dispatched to a contractor who needs a worker. The Helmets to Hard Hats program and the local hire program in the project agreement is a contractual provision that allows the unions to modify the referral procedures unless there's another provision in those procedures that prohibits it. But generally, it allows the unions to refer local residents on a priority basis or a participant in the Helmets to Hard Hats program on a priority basis. And I hope that answers the question and clarifies.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fleming.
You're welcome.
So if there are no more questions of staff from council at this time.
I had my hand raised again.
I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
Mickey, so with the PLA, the PLA makes it so that the workers can't go on strike and that workers can't be locked out of a job site. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay, and I know you said that we haven't had that, in the last 5 years, but that doesn't, without a PLA, that potentially could happen on any projects that the city is working on.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you made a comment about side letters. Would something like a side letter to exclude the road slurry be something that could be done?
If council so directs.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Hey, what's a slide letter or side letter, what that is?
I would defer to Mr. Blanding to explain the side letter.
Rodriguez. So a side letter is an agreement it rides with the project agreement, and it contains a modification or a special provision of an understanding between the building trades and the city or the counterparty. So it is part of the overall agreement, but instead of being handled within the body of the project agreement, it's handled through a side letter.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
So Member Mendoza also has her hand up. Is that additional to what you did before? Okay, thank you. Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you, Mayor. And please forgive me. Like I said, being new to this, I want to make sure I've got all my facts straight. But there was mention of the library, the Civic Center, City Hall, and the upcoming amphitheater. Mickey, can you help all of us to understand either why council or why staff or why those decisions were made to use a PLA specifically for those projects?
Oh, good question. I'll have to... Yeah, I wasn't around during the time of the decision to require PLA, but it is my understanding that it was a council direction and policy for those specific projects. I may have to defer to anyone online that may have more history of why those particular projects were selected.
Mr. Sabota, maybe I can add a little bit because I'm the individual that assisted city staff at the time to negotiate the project agreement for the Civic Center and also the library project. And those projects were considered by the then council, and the decision was made beginning with the Civic Center project, which ultimately became the Civic Center and parking structure, to construct that using a project agreement. I believe that was the first project agreement that the city entered into for a major capital project. Subsequent to that, the decision was made to utilize, because of the experience with the Civic Center project agreement, the decision was made by the then council to utilize the structure of a project agreement for the construction of the library project. I also believe that the city of Brentwood water treatment plant was built under a project agreement, although that project was, if you will, managed or controlled by the Contra Costa Water District. You're welcome.
Further questions of staff before we move into public comment? Okay, seeing none at this time, we will open public comment. I'll turn it to Margaret.
Just give me a minute to get my screen set up here.
Margaret, we can't hear you if you're speaking.
Hold on. There we go. I have received 14 public comments on this item, and a summary of them are shown on the screen. Full copies of the comments are available on the city's council agenda webpage. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the WebEx feature, and I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I have the first speaker, Joe Lubas. Joe, go ahead.
Hi. My name is Joe Lubas. I am a resident of the East Bay Area, Contra Costa County, and I am very disappointed to learn that the city of Brentwood is considering a project labor agreement that will naturally drive up the cost of city projects for taxpayers. Such agreements have indeed been proven disastrous in Contra Costa County. At the John Sweat Unified School District, numerous projects have been stalled due to the union halls not providing sufficient labor. Furthermore, at the Contra Costa Community College District, their physical education and kinesiology complex renovation and addition, originally contracted for $25.5 million, had its 16th change order increasing the price to $29.5 million. Furthermore, the Pittsburgh Unified School District, they had their PHS tennis court modernization lighting project. It bid the first time. It received 4 bids. Those bids were rejected. The second time it bid, it only received 1 bid, which was actually higher than the previous 4 bids, and subsequently that was rejected. These local facts show that project labor agreements will indeed put a strain on the residents of Brentwood, and I urge this body to abandon this horribly misguided proposal.
The next speaker is Eric Christen, followed by Jolene Kramer. Mr. Christen, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Derrick Bullington. I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition for Fair Employment and Construction, an organization that was created 22 years ago by local union and non-union construction companies solely to oppose project labor agreements. Agreements that are so divisive and discriminatory, they're banned in 25 states and 11 entities in California. Before I get to my main points, I do want to point out really quickly, PLAs do not prevent strikes. Strikes have occurred on the Port of Oakland, San Francisco International Airport construction. They simply don't because union workers have the right to strike regardless of the PLA or not. Regarding the side letter that was mentioned, Sacramento City, and I encourage you to look this up, recently had to engage in side letters because their project labor agreement that they started 2 years ago was so disastrous they were getting no bids on a number of projects, including road paving projects, and have since excluded them from the project labor agreement because of reduced competition. Your project labor agreements you've used previously do four things, and that's all they're really about. They cost local hire, but you cannot mandate local hire. It's just not legal. So there's goals. 25% is not a goal that is really aspirational at all. It's probably less than what you already have. What PLAs are about is excluding the merit shop contractor community, which the Bureau of Labor Statistics shows about 86% of the California workforce happens to wake up on a daily basis and work in a union-free environment. That's just the reality. Your PLAs that these provisions are aimed at have said the following: all workers have to go through a union hiring hall. They have to pay into union health care and pension plans that are lost to them because of the 5 to 10 year vesting requirements. That's wage theft. That's $20+ per hour. Any local Brentwood non-union employee that's working on your project would forego. Non-union apprenticeship programs are explicitly forbidden from being able to be used, so young men and women in those programs aren't allowed to work on your projects at all. And now you're looking to do this on all of your projects, $1 million and over. So my questions are simple. What problems currently exist that this solution is trying to remedy? City staff says there aren't any. What have the costs been to negotiate and oversee previous PLAs? What would it cost to do that on all the projects? What are the local hire numbers on the PLA projects and non-PLA projects? We need to have these numbers. They haven't been presented. What are the costs of the PLA projects versus non-PLA projects as far as coming in on time and on budget? Have you conducted a survey of local contractors similar to what the San Jose USD and East Bay Municipal Utility District did when they took surveys that showed they'd lose 50% of their bidding pool if they got the PLA? And just to note, when you say that 85% of your crime have been union contractors, those aren't who employ the workers. The subcontractors do. They're not 85% union. It's a good mix in this area, so you really need to look at these numbers. How many of you have attended merit shop apprenticeship graduation in your area? How many of you have spoken to non-union contractors in your area? You need to answer these questions.
The speaker's time was up. I will move on to Jolene Kramer, followed by Nicole Gehring. Jolene, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Jolene Kramer from the law firm of Weinberg, Roger, and Rosenfeld. We represent the Contra Costa Building and Construction Trades Council. First and foremost, we appreciate very much the city's interest in adopting a project stabilization agreement with the building trades. A PSA, or project stabilization agreement, is an efficiency tool that creates value on public projects and establishes a partnership with local unions so that everyone is working toward the same goal of high-quality, efficient construction. A PSA will establish a partnership between you as the awarding body, your contractors, the labor unions in your area that represent working people and uphold high labor standards, as well as the workers themselves. In this way, everyone is working toward the same goal of smart, high-quality, efficient construction. And this is what has made PSAs so increasingly common in the Bay Area and beyond. They are becoming more and more popular, and that is because they work. The negative comments you just heard are, in short, incorrect, misleading, and false. Mr. Christian's comment about a strike is a patent lie. His comments about benefits are lies, and he and others like him do not have the interests of your constituents at heart. In actuality, a PSA will provide a pool of available skilled workers who live and work in your community, ensure no labor stoppages, provide for expedited dispute resolution, and perhaps most importantly, promote middle-class construction careers in the private sector that contributes to a prosperous tax base in your city. It's also important to note that PSAs do not exclude any contractor from bidding. Anybody can work on a PSA project as long as they sign an agreement to be bound. So in August of last year, we began negotiating a PSA with city staff. We had amicable and productive negotiations. Nearly all terms have been tentatively agreed, and we made significant progress. There are two final issues left, most importantly, the project definition. And on that issue, we have proposed the same term that we have in the vast majority of agreements in Contra Costa County, which is coverage of all projects over $1 million. In particular, we have that threshold in many citywide PSAs, I think all citywide PSAs, including Martinez, Pittsburgh, Richmond, and in Concord, there's a $750,000 threshold. There's also soon to be a $1 million threshold in Antioch. We also just passed one for the West County Wastewater District. As we have communicated to staff respectfully, the Building Trades Council is just not in a position to agree to their proposals for several reasons. First, it is important to cover projects under the PSA in order to make a real difference. Second, the Building Trades Council does have to maintain that uniform standard. And finally, the staff proposals would disproportionately impact certain trades whose work would not be covered. So therefore, we ask the City Council tonight to consider whether or not to agree to the project definition.
The speaker's timer was up. The next speaker is Nicole Gehring, followed by Tom Hansen. Nicole, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Bryant and members of the Brentwood City Council. Nicole Gehring with the Associated Builders and Contractors, Northern California chapter. I've been advocating for merit shop workers for their rights to be able to work and our apprentices for over 14 years. We believe that this project labor agreement policy is not going to benefit the residents of your community. For all of the Brentwood workers and apprentices who do not belong to construction trades unions that perform quality work day in and day out, I believe that they should also have the opportunity to work on projects in your city. I also believe that you should go out to your public works contractors in your city who have registered with the state for public works contracts to survey them to see what their opinion is on project labor agreements. You have done two excellent projects in your city without PLAs, and then I want to commend you for your policy that you have had in place for many years to do them on a project-by-project basis, which means you don't need a term limit in your PLA because you're doing it project-by-project. The $12 million solid waste transfer station had 5 bidders, and it actually finished, this is without a PLA, it finished 5% under the City Council approved amount. The $10 million non-potable storage facility had 9 bidders, and this cost came within 6% of the City Council budget. So you're having excellent results on your non-PLA projects. On your PLA projects, the library and the Civic Center project, I looked through the sub list and could only identify 2 subcontractors located in Contra Costa County. You should have have a goal. You should be working towards more contractors in Contra Costa County working on your projects. The Civic Center claims we tried to get data regarding who is working from East County, and we had data from like 7 workers at one time or 20 local residents total on the entire project. So I don't know that project had the most local residents in mind in regards to that. And in fact, the bidders, once they went through a pre-qualification and found out that there was going to be a project labor agreement, the bidder list cut in half. And it was mentioned earlier that the prime contractors were union, but the prime contractors don't always, the workers come from the subcontractors. So the subcontractors are who are employing the people, not the prime contractors. And also you should consider with those prime contractors, they use a mix of union and non-union subcontractors. So you definitely need to go out to your entire pool and talk to them. The library project, also same thing, 2 subcontractors out of the area. So if you really want to work to benefit the citizens of Brentwood, please consider just going with how you've been doing it and allow your community to work. Thank you so much for your time.
The next speaker is Tom Hansen. Tom, go ahead. Tom, go ahead. I'll come back to that speaker. And if I could remind the speakers who have already spoke to unraise your hand. The next speaker is Kevin Dayton. Kevin, go ahead.
Kevin Dayton here. I'm president of my own firm called Labor Issue Solutions. and I have been dealing with the issue of project labor agreements in California since 1997. I was around in 2009 when the fight began over the project labor agreement for the Civic Center in Brentwood. I see in my substantial records that I was at the March 24th, 2009 meeting and the May 12th, 2009 meeting, where this discussion went on for hours and the room was packed with union and non-union representatives battling it out. As you may know, in the end, the City Council did vote 3-2 for the Civic Center project. And, as I look through it and remember back in those times, all the comments that you're making today are pretty much the same old stuff that was talked about then. All these promises of hire, and Mr. Blanning was there with his, he made $16,324 off of that particular project labor agreement. And he was there at the time. Really, the only difference is they had at the big May 12th meeting, it led off with a priest who did a prayer for the project labor agreement. Now, I don't think there are any priests here tonight. I would pray, however, that if we want to talk about prayer, that you consider fairness to workers. There are some workers who make a choice in life. I'm not going to be represented by a union, and they do a good job. There are companies that are very flexible. They don't have a union agreement. They can get the job done. They've done it for you before. When you talk about, 85% of our prime contractors are unionized, I guess the point here is you want 100% of them to be unionized, so you're going to make them all sign the project labor agreement. It's the same old stuff. You want to know why project labor agreements are more popular? Because obviously the political environment of California has dramatically shifted since I came out here to start dealing with labor issues in 1997. It's quite stunning. So as I think about it, saying, I did sign that candidate questionnaire saying I would support project labor agreements, but maybe I signed that and checked off the yes box without really knowing about the pros and cons. And maybe we need to maintain fair and open competition to continue to get these projects done rather than giving the work to a group for monopoly purposes. Thank you.
The next speaker is, Bill Whitney, followed by Ken Miller. Bill, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Wow. It's just shocking to me. They pull these data points just out of the sky. When you look at a construction project, 15% of it, generally speaking, is labor. So the other 85%, material, tools, attorney fees, insurance, design, engineering, architectural, mobilization, demobilization, fees, vendors, that's that other 85%. Now that 15% in California is prevailing wage. So, and our PLAs do not discriminate against non-union contractors. So why don't they want to bid on it? Because they can't cheat. That's what they do. They cheat. If you go to the state of California and you look at where these wage cases are that are filed and where they're going after employers, invariably, they're all non-union contractors. So they cheat. They cheat on hours. They cheat on holiday pay and overtime pay. They cheat on anything, assignments, the craft assignments. And you can't really run a project or a community construction project like that, knowing that the people that are coming in are just not honest. They talk about competition and higher costs. That's baloney. The reason why they don't bid on PLA projects, quite frankly, is because they know that there's union boots on the ground and that they can't pull their usual shenanigans. Pittsburgh, by the way, on their side letter, just for the Vice Mayor's edification, that was with regards to a power plant, which was over in Vallejo that they owned. That's not even in our jurisdiction, so we excluded that. And then they had a camera project on Highway 4 with the state, and that was a contract that we didn't want to get in and disrupt. With regards to why you did a PLA, I think I might add that in the initial going, Mayor Bob went out there and walked around, and we told him, hey, you're going to have a bunch of out-of-towners, which you will with this ABC crowd. You'll have the same out-of-towners. And he found out we were right, that it was all out-of-town people. So that's kind of one of the things that happened there. This excluding project or certain parts of the crafts, we can't go down that path. I mean, we're a brotherhood, sisterhood. I think we made it clear to Mr. Swoboda and Mr. Blaming, who are very professional in the negotiations. We can't go there. We'd be breaking our word to all the other cities and school districts that we were going to keep these things same. We're not asking anything of you or your city that other cities haven't done. And I'd like to just point out, Contra Costa County has 20 years of a PLA, and they could cancel it at any time, $1 billion.
The speaker's timer was up. The next speaker is Ken Miller, followed by Mark Plubel. Ken, go ahead.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Ken Miller. I'm a business agent organizer for Iron Workers, Local 378. We have many members that live in Brentwood, men and women that work hard and would like the opportunity to work in the city that they live. The sole purpose of the project labor agreement is worker protections. I'm not worried about a contractor from out of state coming and doing the work. I want a local contractor to do it with local people that's going to pay prevailing wage, that has protections in place, protections for the worker, safety protections, paycheck protections, benefit protections. You've heard a lot of misinformation from a couple of speakers that are very famous for coming to project labor agreement studies and city councils and spreading their misinformation. And I hope you disregard their words and you concentrate on the workers. That's what I do, and that's what you should do. And I urge you to support this project labor agreement. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mark Plubel, followed by Nick Goodwin. Mark, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Bryant, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Mark Plubel. I'm a business agent for the Heat and Frost Insulators, Local 16, and I'm also a 6-year resident of Brentwood. This is my home here. Like the others have said, we've had speakers who are just completely throwing lies through the air. John Swett High School was a non-union contractor who put windows in backwards. It wasn't a union contractor, but they were on a union job. That was where that all started. But I'm going to go back on script. I'd like to thank you for taking the time to negotiate a project labor agreement with the Contra Costa Building Trades. My local union is a smaller union, and it covers all of Central and Northern California, but 40% of my members live in East Contra Costa. We have no problems manning jobs in Brentwood. Even though Brentwood and the surrounding cities have the greatest union density in Northern California, the work performed here is seldomly awarded to union contractors unless there's a PLA. So this 65 or 85% of the jobs that unions are doing are only the big jobs. They're not doing any of the smaller work. This means members who live, shop, and vote here have to drive to San Francisco, San Mateo, Santa Clara to provide for their families, oftentimes spending 4 hours a day on the road. Entering into a mutually beneficial project labor agreement will also provide opportunities for Brentwood residents to enter into building trades unions. They would have a career in a trade where they earn a prevailing wage on every job, enjoy health benefits and pensions, and can live and retire with dignity. The building trades in the city of Brentwood are very close on this agreement, but there are two major stumbling points, and you've gone through them. I don't need to address them, and you know how the building trades feel about them. This is going to be difficult for any of us to sign an agreement on the terms that have come up. And I'd also like to point out that the Martinez PLA, city PLA, originally omitted slurry seal, and they had a lower threshold of $500,000, I believe. And they raised their threshold to $1 million, and they included the slurry seal at that point. So all of our brothers and sisters in the trades are together on this one, and we stand together with the trades. And I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kevin Goodwin. And if I can remind the other speakers to please put your hand down in the WebEx system. Mr. Goodwin, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Bryant, council members, and staff. My name is Nick Goodwin, and I am the Assistant Business Manager of UA Local 159 Plumbers and Steam Fitters Union of Contra Costa County. I represent many hard-working men and women who live within the community of Brentwood. I speak to you tonight to show my support for the citywide PLA that comes before you and urge your support as well. Having a citywide PLA for the city of Brentwood would ensure that projects that fall within the criteria of the PLA would be done by a skilled and trained workforce. This will give opportunities for members of the Brentwood community to work within and build the future of Brentwood. This would also give apprenticeship opportunities for our youth, women, vets, and rehabilitated, giving them a sustainable living wage and creating a pathway to the middle class. I urge you tonight to do the right thing for the city of Brentwood and support the citywide PLA that is brought before you tonight. I thank you for your time and your consideration, and have a good evening.
The next speaker is Kevin Van Buskirk, followed by Anthony. Kevin, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Bryant, members of the council. My name is Kevin Van Buskirk, president of the Contra Costa Building and Construction Trades Council, and a business representative with Sheet Metal Workers Local Union number 104, with approximately 78 members that live out in Brentwood. I've been with the building trades since 2005, negotiating PLAs with the building trades since 2000, the original one for the Contra Costa County Hospital. Everything you've been hearing from Eric Christian, Nicole Gehring, and Kevin Dayton is nothing but a bunch of lies. They know darn well that non-union workers and contractors could bid on a PLA project. You've heard other lies that they increase the cost of construction. All public work projects are under prevailing wages, and there's set rates for those. And when it comes to prevailing wages, only thing that happens on prevailing wage jobs is cheating by non-union contractors, because their members don't get a dispatch that shows what they're supposed to get per the area standard wages and the prevailing wages. So they cheat. All they have to do is send in a piece of paper to the general contractor telling them that they paid their employees the prevailing wages when they haven't. And the only way to figure that out if they have is to check with the warm body, the person that's worked the hours. I was one of those people working for a non-union contractor back in 1996 that was cheated out of my wages at the Piedmont High School when I was paid the prevailing wage on my check and then followed to the bank by my company owner to give them back the money that I earned on the prevailing wages. Union workers do the work in this area. PLAs have been working in Contra Costa County for 20 years. I dare any one of these people that are the naysayers to find me a PLA that has not worked in Contra Costa County. If they didn't work, you'd be seeing more and more public entities not doing them, not rolling them over for another 5 years, not new public entities joining on to PLAs. We wouldn't have the PLAs that we have in Contra Costa County if they did not work. Eric Christian, Nicole Gehring, and Kevin Dayton, you folks should be beside yourself with the lies that you tell to elected leaders about PLAs. You know that your contractors could bid on them. You know that they don't want to bid on them because their employees will figure out they'll get the prevailing wages for every hour they work, whether it's a private or public works job. And you don't want them to have that. And if you could check the DAS or the DIR for the graduation rates of apprentices, you'll find that you're about 2%, if that, and I'm being generous, in our area, the zip codes of Contra Costa County where your members have turned out. Come on, quit the lying. Vote for.
The speaker's timer was up. The next speaker is Anthony Vicuso. Anthony, go ahead.
Hi, Mayor and council members. Thank you for taking the time to consider PLA for Brentwood. My name is Anthony Viscuso. I'm a business agent for Local 16 Heat and Frost Insulators. And as Mark Plubel said earlier, about 40% of our members live in that area, Brentwood, Oakley, Antioch. And I want to address a direct point that Vice Mayor Rodriguez had brought up about knowing whether or not local members will be working there. Oftentimes, one of the reasons a lot of our members live in the East Bay area is because that's where they can still afford to live without having, a double family income. And oftentimes our counterparts, people who work for the non-union contractors, they can't afford to live there. And if you try to look at a local hire requirement, we can provide you with how many of our members live and work in your area. If you were to go without a project labor agreement and to have non-union contractors come in and work, more than likely you are going to see members come and work from out of the area. It was actually addressed by I think by Eric Christian about what are the numbers of the members that are not union that live in your area. I guarantee you're going to find a lot more union members that live in your area than don't. So the whole reason you guys are looking at a PLA, and my understanding is that you guys believe in the benefits that will be brought to the workers and to your community. Again, Vice Mayor Rodriguez had brought up the question of, how will local businesses be impacted? Well, when our members drive down to San Jose and San Mateo and San Francisco, and they come back home and they bring their dollars back home and spend them in Brentwood, they're not spending them in those cities. But when our members are working in Brentwood, they're going to retain those dollars and spend those dollars with those small businesses in Brentwood. So ultimately, my opinion is that you guys are doing this for the workers, and I support that. And I strongly urge that you consider the language being provided by the building trades and support that. So thank you much for your time. I appreciate it.
The next speaker is Fernando, and I apologize, I can't see the last name fully. Fernando, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. Honorable members of the Brentwood City Council, thank you for your service to the folks for our city of Brentwood. What you do for this city is not easy, but it is essential. As a representative of the laborers union here in Contra Costa County, we have close to 1,000 Brentwood residents that are members of our union, of my union. And I want to commend you all for entertaining the idea of discussing a PLA. With 85% of your projects are union, Brentwood is a great town to live in. You got great leadership, and you truly understand the value of good wages and keeping local folks, working locally. Today we stand in solidarity with the brothers and sisters of the Contra Costa Building Trades Council, and we urge you to go ahead and vote in line with the language that the building trade supports. We want a PLA. We don't want a substandard agreement. I echo the sentiments and the message of my colleagues and my brothers that have spoken before me. And again, I ask that you go ahead and go and support the PLA being put forth, the language being put forth by the building trades. And one thing I do want to add, you heard earlier today regarding apprenticeship programs. I challenge all of you to go to the California Department of Industrial Relations and just take a look, and you'll be able to compare. 92% of all construction apprentices are enrolled in union programs, and 95% of apprenticeship graduates are produced by union programs. So we will have local folks that want a career in construction, trained the right way, working on these projects, and we can prove it with our numbers. Thank you.
I'm going to go back to Mr. Hansen and see if he'd like to speak. Mr. Hansen, go ahead. Mr. Hansen? There was nobody on the line there, and with that, I believe everybody's spoken. And if those that have spoken can put your hand down in the WebEx system, we have no additional speakers.
Seeing that there are no additional speakers, we will close public comment. And if you have additional questions or if you'd like to make some comments on the agenda item, if you raise your hand, I see Councilmember Mendoza.
Can you hear me all right? Sorry, I'm on my phone. I do have some questions. Someone brought up the library was done under a PLA. Do we know how close to budget that came in to the original PLA bid? Does anyone on staff know that?
This is Mickey. I don't know how close we came to the original bid. I believe we came pretty close, but I don't have the exact data.
Okay. Do we know, I know we know that there's staff overhead that takes place when we have a PLA. It costs the city more money, just from a staff perspective. Do we know what percentage or what dollar amount would be the overage when we have a PLA versus when we don't have a PLA?
I don't have a general answer. I do have a specific example. For the wastewater treatment plant project last year, the consideration of incorporating a PLA would have increased that project by $41,000.
So $41,000 for one project because of a PLA. Okay.
Yes.
When, someone else mentioned that we should benchmark with other cities, like how are their PLAs going? And I think this is one of the union members. He said we should. Have we reached out to say, if you had to do it again, would you do a PLA? Like, what is it working for them? Is it not working for them? Is it costing more money? Is it not costing more money? Have we done that exercise yet?
I have not reached out directly. I have read reports on Contra Costa County had some growing pains with a federal funded project that specifically excluded the use of PLAs. I believe they were able to resolve that by modifying their PLA.
So if our PLA doesn't have that exclusion, if there's federal funds allowable for a project, we would not be able to get those funds if we're using a PLA.
We've actually come to an agreement with the trade on language to specifically exclude projects that have federal or state funding that excludes PLAs.
Yeah, I guess where I'm leaning right now is I don't understand why we need an agreement. We have used a PLA when it is possible. So, for example, the library. With the way the market is, I don't know why we should go into a contract for 5 years when market conditions could change and we could go into a contract that will cost our residents more money 3-4 years down the road that we don't know now. I am all about free markets, and I feel that this is not good for free markets. It could end up costing our residents more if we don't have, a lot of competing bids. That concerns me. And the thing is, lately, we are all so concerned about our small businesses during COVID. And a lot of our small businesses in town are small construction companies. And how do I justify a PLA at the same time when I'm telling people in Brentwood, like, I care about your small business, I really do, but you know what? You're not union, so you're getting up and running as a contractor, so you're not going to be able to bid on city projects. Like, that just doesn't sit well with me. I feel like we as a body would be talking out of two sides of our mouths if we did that, because most construction companies don't start as like, I'm a big company, I'm a union company. They usually start like a family business. They start their construction company, they move up, they get bigger, they become part of a union. So what are we saying about encouraging small business in Brentwood if we're going to exclude them from being able to bid on projects? I mean, those are just like, that's just what I was thinking while I was listening to this. I don't think that we don't include PLAs when necessary. There's a list of really big projects that a PLA would be helpful, like they were saying, the vineyards at Marsh Creek, is the example that keeps coming up. I think the hybrid model would be good. I don't think we should be locked into anything, because locking us into it locks our residents into it, which could be detrimental to their finances. And I think we need to be really smart when it comes to their money. So that's all I have to say right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Rary.
Yeah, I'm the one who brought this up last year and proposed that we do a citywide PLA. And in looking through past documents and city council meetings and news articles, during the building of the Civic Center, it shows that 30% of all workers were local hires. And what that means is that it reduces traffic leaving Brentwood each morning, as well as creating reverse commute for those who are coming in from outside this area. And there will be some coming in from outside the area. Either way, it's taking cars and trucks off the road, leaving and returning to Brentwood each day. It also means that those dollars earned here will most likely be spent here rather than in distant cities where out-of-area workers will return to. It also provides an apprenticeship program to train the next generation of tradesmen and women, as well as a Helmets to Hard Hats program for veterans. As fourth generation Army vets in my family, that's a very important program for me, as well as the apprenticeship program, because as we know, not every student is college bound. And by working with a PLA that provides the on-the-job training here in our communities, I think that this is something that we need to work with in good faith with the Contra Costa Building Trades and move forward on this.
Thank you. Councilmember Meyer.
Okay, just fair warning, I have 3 questions, and I'll take a break in between. The first one is about the $41,000 overage that Councilmember Mendoza and Nikki just discussed. I would like a breakdown of what caused that overage specifically. What did that entail?
So last year, when council originally did not approve the wastewater treatment plant project, in anticipation of considering a PLA, we reached out to our construction management team and our project team and asked them what additional scope change and cost change would be necessary to accommodate a PLA. It's my recollection that through that discussion, we came up with the $41,000 additional cost.
So what does that cover?
I believe it mostly covers project labor agreement administration, so verifying that the contractor and all the subcontractors are complying with the terms of the PLA. I believe that is the bulk of the work.
Okay. Next question is about small businesses. My husband has a small business. It's not construction. But I'm curious, when we talk about that $1 million threshold, my understanding is that a lot of small businesses would still be able to bid on projects under that amount, but that over that amount, I mean, do you have any ideas about whether they would have the capacity, whether they would have the bandwidth to be able to take a project on, or whether they would have to outsource, potentially hire from other areas or bring in products and services from other areas to meet? I mean, what is your thought on that threshold, the bidding?
That's a good question, and again, it really depends on the project. That's why we felt it was best if you looked at or applied PLAs to these really large, complex, multi-trade projects to maximize the benefit and spread the workload out to as many different businesses as possible. I don't have any data that I've collected or analyzed on the impact or how many small businesses have done work on PLA and non-PLA projects. But small businesses, regardless if they're a union or not, they still can bid on a PLA project. They would just have to comply with the terms of the agreement.
Okay. And my last question, I know the negotiations, it sounds like, or I should say, they've been going on for quite a while now, and we've just got these final sticking points, and I'm not 100% clear on where we go if we modify those 2 sticking points. Does that mean it has to go back several steps to get approval? Is it going to be pushed back from the trades based on them drawing that line? And part of the reason I'm asking that question is because of our economy currently looking at what it is. I understand what Councilmember Mendoza is saying as far as like the 5-year thing, but is there a possibility of like a 3-year, for example? Because then by then we'll have a better idea about, 2-3 years of what COVID is going to imply, how is it going to impact our economy, and then a new council would be in at that point, potentially, no offense to anyone. So they might have different decisions on that. I mean, how does that change the negotiations?
Right. So we are seeking policy direction and further direction from council. So if council does provide direction that is counter to what the trades are or want, we could still get back to the table and try to work through our differences. In terms of the term, if council provides direction to staff to change the terms from 5 to 3 years or 4 years or 2 years, again, we can work with the trade to see if we can accommodate that in the PLA.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Currently, what is, out of these three, are we currently using? Is it more the C in regards to project to project? Is that what we're doing, Mickey?
Right now, we do not have a citywide PLA. We had 2 project-specific PLAs, the Civic Center and the library. The discussion before you tonight is whether the terms are providing direction for a citywide PLA to apply to a group of projects.
Okay. Thank you, Mickey.
I see that Councilmember Rary has her hand up. That's okay. Since this is still just part of the council discussion, for full disclosure, at one point I belonged to a union, a construction union, and I believe very much in what unions do for people. One of the impetus that one of the speakers talked about was that he had been robbed. I also did a project hot roofing all of the border stations between the United States and Canada in the state of New York, and had that very same experience. So I'm not unsympathetic with what's being said. I've had personal experience with it. I believe in helmets to hard hats. I believe in the apprentice program, and everything positive that everyone has said about the labor unions and the trades. I believe in that. It's a proven, successful formula that brings benefit to the families of the workers. For me, like has been said by, I think, Councilmember Mendoza did bring it up, I believe Councilmember Meyer as well, about the local workers and businesses being able to work here. Keeping the money in the Brentwood and in East County is absolutely essential. One of the things that's very frustrating for me is when I drive by a project in the Bay Area and I see out-of-state trucks there working, knowing that the contractors are going to be taking the money that could be reinvested in our local communities and our local families, and they're taking these monies. Not only did the local family not have the opportunity to work and earn that money, but that money is not going to be in circulation in our community to help our families, help our small businesses, and help the city provide services through the tax dollars that brings in. So having said that, I am extremely frustrated in hearing the line in the sand that seems to be very clear in the conversation at this point from some of the speakers from the unions. Right now, there is no citywide PLA. A PLA, and I understand your brotherhood, and I understand that it would weaken your leverage in bargaining with other cities in conversations about PLAs. But I also know that by the very nature of it, it is more expensive on projects. And here we have the $41,000 difference when you have a PLA. Now, the human benefit of that, does the $41,000 offset the training and offset the uniform training? There's a lot to be said by having different groups come in and different workers come in that are all trained in the same techniques. Everyone knows what everyone else has done and is doing, is expected to do. It makes a better project. But is it $41,000 per project valuable? When, again, like has been said earlier, we've got the COVID issues. We still, at this point, don't know what's going to happen in our state and in our county with that. And the impacts, and I've been reading the financial impacts, not only on Brentwood, but on Contra Costa County, and the numbers are absolutely shocking. The devastation that the loss of income and business has brought to this area. And I really would love to be able to have what staff has recommended. I would love to have a citywide PLA for public works, complex, multi-craft, long duration, all that. That for me is a no-brainer. And every opportunity I've had since I've been on council on the projects, to vote on the projects that came forward, I voted for the PLA. And the PLAs have done fabulously for our city. We have a city that we have a library and a community center and a parking structure to be very proud of. But right now, I'm very frustrated because it does two things. Again, Councilmember Mendoza, Councilmember Meyer, Vice Mayor Rodriguez has all touched on this, and I absolutely agree with it. That although yes, our families and our businesses can bid on these, at the same time, there are projects that the additional cost, that money comes right out of what we can supply to our community in different manifestations to help them to do the same job that threshold cuts off for other bidders. So although I would love to have it, I would like for the city, if we can't agree to move forward with this, or if we do agree to move forward with this, I can't cut off our local families from receiving the funds that would be an additional burden because of this. And so that's where I am right now. Is there more conversation? Any hands up from council, or are we ready to move it? Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
I'm sorry, I was scratching my head there, though, Joe. I'm sorry about that. But, no, I'll be honest with you, it is tough. I mean, we don't even have a PLA now, and we've been able to do a really good job about, working with the union, that 80% of our work, right, with union work. So, yeah, it's and then it's difficult times with the COVID-19 and everything else and local businesses. But, yeah, I don't have much to share anymore. Thank you.
I'll make a motion to move forward with citywide PLA for item number 1.
I have a first.
Does that have any restrictions or modifications to the language, or just straight up? I mean,
there was 3 different things. The first one was to continue with the citywide PLA. If it doesn't pass, then the others don't matter.
So there would still be discussion on the number 2 and the years.
Yes.
Is what you're saying. You still want to continue the discussion.
Yeah, so the motion would be just to continue with a citywide PLA, which is the direction that the previous council gave.
I would second.
Okay.
Second time.
So pretty much what that do is, and just to get some clarification, is that would just to continue the discussion around we're going to move forward with the PLA, but now it's about what that would actually look like?
That's correct. There was 3 different questions for us to answer.
Yeah, so right now, do we even go in the direction of a PLA? I see what you're saying.
So now that we have a first and second, we vote on that before going to the next part?
Well, let me call in the city attorney. Damien, could we get some clarification on what the process is as far as what we're approving right now in the wording of this motion?
If you look in your staff report, I'm not sure what page is it on for everybody, but mine is on page 77 of 80. It's packet page 77, I believe, as well. There are 3 options or 3 requests for guidance the staff was asking. One, does the 2020/2022 City Council wish to continue to pursue a citywide PLA? And then 2, if that's a yes, number 1's a yes, what should the agreement apply to? And then finally, the term that the council will be looking for. So what I believe Councilmember Rary has done is she's just taken that first item and wants to know and asked the council, do you want to move forward with the PLA? And so that's the motion on the floor. That's been seconded. If you have a vote, then it would be the next step is on what sort of projects do you want to be subject to the PLA? And staff has listed 5 different options the council has, and presumably one of your colleagues or yourself would make a motion on one or some combination of those as the next motion. But right now the motion is just, do you want to move forward with continue with these negotiations for a PLA?
So if we say yes, we are agreeing to something under number 2 and the 5 years.
If you say, as I understand the motion, if you say yes, it's just you'd like to continue with negotiations on a citywide PLA, and then presumably your next step would be to discuss what those negotiations, what the city's position would be.
So we can still discuss number 2 and number 3 and then the projects as well, right? We're not voting for the 5-year and we're not voting for this $1 million yet.
Not this motion here. That's correct. It's just, do you want to move forward, continue to negotiate a citywide PLA?
Okay.
Could we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Yeah. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
So at this point, we'd like to discuss the number 2 component. And if you could raise your hands, I'll just call you in order for the discussion of component number 2 of this item.
I can't do this. I'm raising my hand because I can't find my little thing. I'm uncomfortable with the $1 million. Like, I would like a list of the projects in the last 24 months and how much they were. So what percentage of our projects are $1 million? What percentage are over $1 million? How many were awarded to local contractors? How many were not awarded to local contractors? I think I need a lot more information. I mean, $1 million used to be a lot, not that much anymore when it comes to a construction project. So I think I need a little bit more background with that. And when it comes to 5 years, for me, that would be a hard stop because I think 5 years is a big commitment for residents an environment that we don't know where it's going to go. I would say like something like 2, maybe 3 years I'd be comfortable, but I don't think that, I mean, and again, it would be a hybrid, project by project. So, I mean, that's where I stand on that.
Okay. Thank you.
So, really quick on that, just to follow back on Councilmember Mendoza. I mean, is there a list that we could actually get? What would happen if we needed more information before making the decision? What would happen tonight if anybody could answer that? What if we just need more information in regards to what Councilmember Mendoza just said? I mean, what would happen?
Can we just kill it to come back?
Excuse me, this is Mickey through the mayor. I could probably answer some of these questions.
Yes, please.
Did a quick tally again of the past 5 years. We had approximately 30 projects totaling $87 million in bid amount. 12 projects were over $1 million, totaling approximately $83 million. A vast majority of the contractors and subcontractors, I would say that their offices were located in the greater Northern California area, Bay Area, Central Valley, so San Joaquin County, Contra Costa County, Alameda County. I believe we only had one or very few that were out of state in Nevada, but I believe a vast majority of them were in California, and a vast majority of those were in Northern California.
And I think that's what one of the unions said, that local for them meant kind of in the Bay Area, not necessarily Brentwood. So we're kind of already doing that without a PLA.
Kind of, sort of. I would say that most of a vast majority of the contractors are, again, I would say greater Bay Area and Central Valley.
Okay.
Clarification from the building trades. I believe local doesn't include, you know, Santa Clara or San Francisco or San Joaquin County.
This is Vicky again. Our definition of local that we've included in our draft PLA is East Contra Costa County, so Antioch, Oakley, Brentwood, and the unincorporated areas.
That's what I thought.
So then you had 18 projects that were $4 million, right?
Well,
less than $1 million.
So you went from, 30 projects, 12 of which were $83 million?
Correct, totaling $83 million.
So you had $87 million total in projects, so 83 plus $4 million, right?
Oh, correct, sorry. Correct.
Okay, it's okay. So, and that was, so you had 12 projects, so 30 minus 12 is 18. So 18 projects that totaled $4 million. Do you know if those were local?
Looking at my rough list, yeah, again, those are also greater Bay Area, Central Valley contractors.
And when you say contractors, that's the company headquarters. It's not necessarily where the employees lived, right?
Correct.
Which could be the case with the PLA. They're saying that, I think when I asked you a question before this meeting, you said of the water treatment plant, 20% of the workers on that water treatment plant are East County, but
right.
not necessarily.
So correct. So the data I'm giving you right now are just the contractor's business address. It doesn't involve actually figuring out where the actual or the workers are from.
I guess that's what I'm getting at. It feels like we're already doing a lot of this when it comes to helping our local contractors, right? Our local residents. And by doing this, I feel like I'm going to hurt small business. That's what it's feeling like to me. And like the mayor said, there's also this line in the sand that's been put in, like either we do one thing or another, but it's got to work for everyone. It can't be this line in the sand, because then, like, I'm just the kind of person, like, then I'm out, because I'm like, I don't have time to tango right now. But, and I really want to protect small business, and I don't know how to do that without a hybrid model, and, you know, with a PLA that's per project we decide, not an overall everything is PLA. I just don't know what to do on this one, because you want to help unions. I mean, they do a phenomenal job, but I mean, so do small businesses that mom and pop start their own businesses. You know, some of them build family legacies. You know.
You know, when they talk local workers, I mean, he's talking about the contractors being local. But when they do a call up at the union hall, they're specifically asking for East County workers to fulfill that 25%. So it's not that those contractors are necessarily located in there, that the workers are actually located in East County to make up that 25%, along with the helmets to hard hats.
But do you think that doing that would be detrimental to local small business? That's what I'm grappling with right now.
So I guess my question would be, I guess what I had brought up earlier, because I know Councilmember Mendoza and also the mayor, I think all of us have brought it up at some point, is the community benefits, Mickey, is that where we can make sure that there's local businesses involved to include that in the language of the PLA, so that not only are the unions benefiting, but we're also working with some of our smaller local businesses?
If council directs us to incorporate that language in the PLA, we can work with the trades to incorporate that language.
And what would that actually look like? It sounded like from our advisor, the consultant that we have, that those normally don't happen. Is there anything that you think we could research and find out what other cities have done if they've ever done this before?
Right, so this is, if I might interrupt for just a second, just to make a point of clarification. This is Mike Blanning. Remember, you're subject to the Public Contract Code. So unless there's other provisions, you have to select the lowest responsible bidder, and otherwise not base your decision on the location or domicile of the contractor's principal place of business. Unless you put it into some sort of pre-qualification requirement where you're scoring contractors to pre-qualify them to then have them bid on your projects, you can do that. So I just caution before we get too far down this road that there are some other limitations that affect the selection of contractors that you need to be cognizant of.
Okay. Mayor, do you think this is something we should table so that we can get more information to have a further discussion about it in the future? Is needed?
That is up to the pleasure of the council. But I
I'm just thinking because there's a lot of things being asked, and maybe it's something we should table so that we can make sure we have the proper information to be able to discuss about it more. Because I know everybody's concerned right now in regards to the COVID-19 and our small business here locally. And I'll be honest, I'm in support of the union tremendously as well, but I also want to make sure that it's in the benefit of our residents, right, in our community when we get into this.
Let me ask Mickey. Mickey, what information, in addition to what we already have given direction-wise, would be beneficial for you? And in the process of that, if you could bring back some of the specific information that council has requested.
We can do research on finding out what other PLAs, what terms are involved in other PLAs. We can find out what percentage of workers or at least businesses, contractors and subcontractors are located in Brentwood or the local area over the past 5 years. And I'll defer to Mike Blaming if he's got any additional ideas or questions.
I think we need to explore this local business participation element. Typically, the threshold is a little bit the protection, right? Your small local contractors participate generally in the smaller projects because they can't bid and perform they can't bond them, right? You got to be able to bond your projects, and if you can't get bonding, you can't go after the bigger projects or a number of projects because you're going to hit your bonding limits. So having the threshold at $1 million creates the space of a non-PLA construction environment for small local contractors. The other thing is on the projects over a threshold or specific larger projects, you have a general contractor and then a lot of subcontractors. And the subcontractors, depending on the type of project, because that comes into play too, the type of what type of construction you're doing. If it's highly specialized, you have to have a broader. You're gonna be fishing in a broader pool of contract from a broader area because the local contractors or even regional contractors don't have that specialty. So it depends on the type of project. But the bigger projects, you're going to have a general who may self-perform some of the work, and then you'll have subcontractors depending on the type of construction and the disciplines required. And that's another place where small local contractors can participate.
My hand's been raised for a while. I was trying to be polite. Question about this particular part, this language about including our local small businesses, which I think we all agree would be a wonderful thing to incorporate. But would them being able to take part in a union job, in a PLA job, mean that they would have to be able to pay prevailing wages? And would their inability to do that based on being a smaller company prevent them from being able to take part?
So that is a requirement that every publicly funded construction project, the construction workers on that project be paid the prevailing wage rate. So that would be captured in their bid, assuming they're bidding properly, right? They're going to calculate that into their labor costs, whether they're union or non-union. They're required to pay the prevailing wage rates for the classification of work being performed.
Thank you. And then I would like to find out what the trades, and I know they're probably still listening to this and not really getting the chance to answer questions either. I would love to hear what they have to say about these provisions that we're potentially looking at. If there is a way to make sure that businesses locally are supported through this. I'd like to hear some feedback from them on that. And then find out what their thoughts are on moving forward with the contract, with the agreement, I should say, with all of these different provisions in place. The hard line in the sand is that I think the tough thing for most of us to understand. Since we haven't had that in the past, wouldn't it be of benefit to have it in the future, even if it means that we have to do a little bit more compromise?
Councilmember Meyer, any of these decisions will come back for City Council approval once this negotiations has been worked forward. Mickey, that is correct? Okay. In the process of those negotiations, would it be possible for staff to give council updates on the points? And if it comes to a point where we run into the line in the sand, then we will know sooner rather than later, and to be able to bring that back to council.
Yes. So if we're in negotiations and we come to another stalemate or something, we can certainly come back to council for further guidance.
Now, Mayor, if I can, like I said, I think that, one of the things that I would, because I know that our concern is the local businesses, and I'd just like to know how that would look, and I know I keep mentioning it, but maybe we need to table the rest of this. I know that we've all agreed that we should move forward with the PLA. We're just talking about what it would look like, and until we get more information and be able to make and have a further discussion about that, because I know, like, for example, the Port of Oakland actually has a PLA, and within the community benefit language, it also has, the local small businesses are included in that. So just to learn more about how we can be, one, supportive of the unions, of course, because I think that's important, but also supportive of what does that look like. And obviously, if it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit. But, I mean, I think we at least do our due diligence to be able to explore that possibility under the community benefits language.
I think Vice Mayor Rodriguez is right about that. And if this is already in existence, something similar to it is in existence elsewhere, I would think the trades would already have some kind of an idea on their end how they can make that work, how they can make it the most efficient, the most beneficial to all parties, to the cities, to themselves, everything. That's why I think they should be involved in that part of the conversation. I think we all agree the PLA moving forward is a good thing. I support unions myself, but it needs to be a benefit to everyone. And I think involving them in the conversation at this point is probably the right way to go, since they may have ideas that none of us, they've done this for a long time. They may have ideas that none of us do in order to find ways to more incorporate small businesses here.
So as far as the Port of Oakland, maybe that's in there because they're receiving federal dollars and it's a requirement of the federal dollars. So it may not be apples to apples. We may be talking apples to oranges there as far as that. I did want to bring up a point in looking at the projects that are listed here as potential projects. Oh, crap. I clicked on this thing and it left. So the Vineyards at Marsh Creek is already something that we've said we're going to do a PLA on. The East Contra Costa Fire Protection District Fire Station, those funds have been turned over to the fire district. I don't think we can make a determination to do a PLA on a fire district project. The Lone Tree Way Union Pacific Undercrossing is probably 20 years out, if even that. The PA1 infrastructure improvements, definitely something. Brentwood Boulevard widening north, that until that area out there gets annexed into the area, I don't know that we'll be seeing that. Brentwood Boulevard sewer and water main, I'm not sure exactly where that location would be, but again, that may be contingent on the annexation of those northern up to Delta Road annexations. The Lone Tree Way Arroyo Seco Road wastewater, I think that's also contingent on the annexation. And other than that, we have the pavement management program. So, basically, we're probably looking at three things in that list. Would that be correct, Mickey?
Correct. The list of projects was just a sample project. As you know, every year we put together our capital improvement project and have a workshop with council. We are preparing for that this coming, I believe, in the next month or so. So you will see the latest and greatest updated CIP program and any new projects that we're proposing to include in that program. So the intent of the staff report list was just to provide a sample of some potential projects over $1 million.
Yeah, but it's still not realistic with most of those not actually even being in our site.
But it doesn't include like the youth center, the senior center, that other center on the other side off of Village Parkway. So it's still missing projects also, right?
All of those are unfunded as well. I mean, the Sand Creek has been on there for 20 years.
Yeah, but I mean, no, I know what you're saying. I'm just saying there's probably some that also, hey, we could decide to do youth center real soon or not soon. I don't know. Like, who knows how that's going to happen? But I'm just saying, I mean, there might be other projects that will be over the $1 million mark that we don't know. I don't know.
Well, I will say to move this forward and to answer the Vice Mayor's request to table it, the actual vote has already been done to move forward and give direction for staff to move forward with the citywide PLA process. So in essence, the tabling of it is simply giving it back to staff to work out these concerns, which is exactly what we'll be doing right now. So there's no more vote that is necessary tonight. It was just a request for clarification of points 2 and 3. Mickey, do you have enough information? Does staff have enough information to move forward with the conversation?
I would look to some of our legal counsel for supplemental response, but I believe I've written down that we are given, counsel is providing direction to staff to look into incorporating specific community benefit language into the PLA with a specific focus on assisting local businesses and workers. I will defer to legal counsel and special counsel if I'm missing anything.
This is Mike. No, those are the sort of areas of concern certainly that I heard. I did not get really clear direction on the threshold or scope issue. There were some sentiments about item A I heard, and not really clear direction on the term either, other than a statement that by Council Member Mendoza, I believe that 5 years seems to be too long of a period for her.
Yeah, I was wondering if
that are open. What we're talking about now could be additional things put on the table for negotiation. But we've negotiated the agreement to this point down to basically 2 open items.
Mickey?
Go ahead.
When we've done contracts such as working with Republic, we have like a 5-year contract with them with a chance to renew after 5 years?
Yes.
So this isn't anything out of the ordinary from what we're currently doing in business, correct?
When you compare it to Republic, that is correct.
Okay.
But can we benchmark what other cities are doing and how long theirs are lasting? Just because we do 5 years doesn't mean we have to keep doing 5 years. What's most beneficial to Brentwood and the residents, I would say, is 5 years the most beneficial, or should we be looking at a shorter time frame?
That is direction we're seeking from council.
I would like to benchmark what other cities are doing. Like, what are other cities doing? I don't know if you can call and talk to their city managers. Like, what are the pros? What are the cons? If they had to do it again, would they do it again? Like, and why not? Because this is new to us, right? So, 5 years is a long, long commitment. And $1 million, I don't know. I'd like to hear a little bit more benchmarking.
I would say that the idea of speaking with other cities is, I always love to get that kind of input if we can do that, if we're allowed to do that. But we don't necessarily think 5 years is a good run, given the situation, our economic situation right now, and that we can't really predict much in the future. Would it be something they would agree to do, say, for example, again, 2 or 3 years, but with a rollover? And that at that point, if we decide it's still working, we just keep continuing and reevaluate if we want to go to 5 years at that point. But I do like the idea of asking other cities what their term is, why they chose it, and as Councilmember Mendoza mentioned, would they choose to do that again?
Building trades on the line, maybe we can ask them some of the questions on what's the longest one that they've had. Have they had any that have dropped out of it? To find out how many have renewed. I mean, Bill Whitney's got his hand up right now. Maybe we can ask him some of those questions.
I'd almost rather have just an unbiased city opinion, like not the unions, not the small business, but the cities, who's the customer, right? Like, how does the customer feel about it? Because if I ask small businesses, they're going to be biased. If I ask the unions, they're going to be biased. We both heard the passion tonight. So I would rather have the unbiased opinion of a city who's had to receive the services.
Add cities to the mix to get some of their feedback.
And I mean, they all might say that they love it. Like, it's great, it's fantastic, it's worked great, and I would love, if that's the case, that's great.
Sure.
So the second question that the attorney had asked for clarification on was the application of parts A, B, C, D, or E. What components of that we would like to include?
Well, that's what I want some feedback on, right? It's just, there's no other better, indicator of future results than, analyzing what's happened. And we have cities that have done it, so let's analyze what's happened instead of going in blindly. And I don't know when you were in construction, but I haven't dealt with anything in construction since I was like 18. So I'm probably not the best speaker to this.
Well, we can ask Mickey. Do you have enough to at least get started on this and bring any sticking points back to council?
Sounds like through council discussions that staff should do more research, do some outreach with other cities, get feedback, look at other PLAs, and come back to council with more information.
I would agree with that. So with that direction then, and thank you, council, for this direction, we will move forward with item D2. And thank you, staff. Thank you, Mickey.
Mayor, I would also want to make sure, and I know Mickey had mentioned it earlier, I really like to look at those community benefits and those options that we may have when it comes to those things. And I know that I know Mickey, you mentioned it earlier, so you probably have that written down too in regards to local hire, but also at the same time, local small businesses being involved in that PLA possibly. Now, I don't know exactly what that looks like. I know Councilmember Rary mentioned the Port of Oakland might be getting federal funding for the reasons why they're able to do that, but we're not sure of that, right? That's assumption. So my thing is still being able to research those areas to see what are they doing and if it's a possibility it may fit for the city of Brentwood and for our residents and businesses.
Understood.
Thank you. So moving on to item D2, informational update on economic development of small business efforts. And I will turn it to Terrence Quintal. Terrence.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. We have a lot of information to provide, and given the hour, I'm going to get right to it. Since the pandemic descended on us, economic development began to work tirelessly to work with our local businesses to help them with what they What they really needed most was information and guidance, and we we worked hard to do that. We also did work with businesses to help them with reopening that then stalled and now is restarting again. We adjusted grant programs. We had developed fast and free permits to permit outdoor activities, and we worked really hard to help businesses. And what we have found is that they largely needed information and guidance and direction to other programs, and we've been continuing to work on that. So with that brief summary, I want to hand this over to Josh Ewan and Gail Leach to provide a summary of what we're doing to help small businesses in Brentwood. So Josh and Gail. Margaret,
good evening.
If they're not.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I hope everybody can hear me okay. Okay, good. So this slide right here is just a really quick snapshot of our Brentwood business community. We currently have 4,600 plus active business licenses, but you can see by this list that restaurants, bars, breweries, nail salons, we have quite a few recreations and gyms. Those are the small businesses that are hardest hit by the pandemic. Next slide, Josh. Okay. So direct financial support that the city is able to provide comes in the form of our Economic Development Outdoor Furniture Grant Program and Economic Development Grant Programs that have provided for some outdoor dining and some small business development center training. We were also able to secure $212,000 in coronavirus aid relief that provided the Back to Business safety kits to businesses, which are still being handed out today as we speak. The no-cost support that city staff is able to provide includes outreach to businesses with one-on-one communication, emails, and social media updates. We've also implemented the no-cost permit that parents referred to for restaurants moving their businesses to outside on a semi-permanent or a permanent basis. There are several federal, state, and county resource programs that are available, and these next two slides will show them. Some of these programs are being modified right now as we speak to address the even smaller businesses of 20 employees or less, such as the Paycheck Protection Program. And these are listed on our website, and I'll show that slide to you in a minute, but these are available for people to find and with links to applications and such, information and such. So the way we've gone about reaching businesses during the pandemic, we have done several mass email distributions to the 4,600 businesses regarding program updates or grants that are available and things like that. We've also implemented the helpline, the 516-540 number. That didn't really get as much use as the email response did, but we're out there getting information to people. We're also using the city social media to get posts out. That includes Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and Nextdoor. And anytime anything new comes up, we do share that on our social media platform. On our city website, on the very first page of the site, you can see under Trending Now is where we have the link to the different programs. So it's really easy to find. People don't have to spend a lot of time looking for information. And then when they click on that link, it brings you, this is a sample of what you'll see. It brings you to all the different programs that are available, and it gives you a description of the program, the link to the program, and certainly, the suggestion to call economic development if they're still looking for help. And then we also do some outreach on our Better in Brentwood marketing social media page. Typically, this was intended for events, and since we couldn't really have events, we've been doing a lot of business spotlights so that people can get the word out there on their businesses, who they are, what's open, and how they're doing their business. So that's been really successful, too, in getting the word out to people. And I will turn it over to Josh.
Great. Thank you, Gail. Mayor, council members, thank you for having us here this evening. Our team's been busy. trying to deliver services to the business community in the last 11 months or so, really trying to prioritize the effort of business retention and small business stabilization, providing them with information and really trying to be that resource where the city provides our direct services as economic development, but then also just be able to relate small businesses to our partners throughout the region that could help them on specific tasks and more technical items such as grants, funding, loans, and other relief options that might be available to them that are hosted by other agencies. So one of the things that we wanted to do was evaluate the regional perspective of what city municipalities are doing for small business grants. And with the packet that we had spent last Friday to provide this ahead of this meeting, there's a listing of what other cities regionally are doing. And a majority of those cities are using their CARES Act Round 1 to help stabilize businesses with grants. And some have allocated some general fund, but majority has been CARES funding. And that's been a statewide trend for the most part where cities are relying on CARES funding. The ranges of grants differ depending on the objective of that community, and the total amount of CARES funding or general fund has differed within different communities within the region. So how do we compare? The previous council and this council has had the opportunity to review different projects and proposals through our economic development group. With that, as Gail mentioned, we've are delivering $212,000 worth from the CARES Act for 2,500 business PPE safety kits, which are completely free to businesses and are available through the Chamber of Commerce through a partnership. This council recently received an update for the outdoor dining grant program, where we've allocated $150,000 total to restaurants, helping 28 restaurants. And we've also, through the Economic Development Grant Program, assisted the Downtown Business Coalition with about $45,000 to $47,000 of total grants for outdoor patio covers that were covered by the local newspaper. In addition to that, Council's direction in fall of 2020 allowed us to use the Economic Development Grant Program to work with the previous grantees through the competitive program to try and reallocate that money if an event could not occur within the year, or try to prioritize that event to help small businesses. So we're trying to work with some grantees to do that right now that hopefully can be implemented this spring. What we also have in the works from our team is a marketing support. We want to have an additional investment in the community. So what we're branding through essentially the Better in Brentwood platform is a Better Together Support Local Business marketing campaign where we're going to be out showcasing local businesses that are open. They are open, they can do it safely, and they're willing to bring in Brentwood area customers and be able to serve them, and to let people know that our community is open, we're ready to serve you and ready to go. So we're working on that. That's a no-cost business, no cost to business to participate, and we're working with some targeted industries that may have been more impacted throughout the last year. We're also going to be partnering with the Small Business Development Center through Contra Costa County on some specific trainings, trying to understand what the community needs, possibly loan and funding training might be a possibility, maybe some tax prep if that's required. We'll be working with the Chamber of Commerce to find out a little bit more information about what the small business needs are, and then working with the SBDC to host some free virtual sessions for our local businesses. As well as previously mentioned, we're looking at repositioning the Economic Development Grant. And then we also have the Economic Development Grant for fiscal year 21-22 upcoming. Applications are out on the street now, and they're due in March. And that program in the last year allocated $180,000 through competitive grants for business promotion, and community support, events, that sort of thing. And that'd be available to various organizations to help stimulate that economic growth and stimulate the business community in the next coming year. So with that, in terms of a snapshot of the fiscal impacts, we're working within the direction of your approved operating budget. All the CARES Act has been fully obligated. There is a strategic initiative for economic development incentive as far as your approved incentive policy. And with that, there's some caveats to the use of that money. It has to be used for economic development purposes and capital expenditures. And we'd have to line up a program to be able to meet that. And potentially looking at any additional allocations that are outside of those sources could have an impact to the general fund and other council strategic initiatives in the current budget process. So with that, I'll hand it back to Terrence. He has some other positive projections, and we have some things that we're looking at as a team perspective moving forward to how we can help business.
Yes, thank you, Josh. One thing to make clear is that while we've been working on this pandemic response, we haven't lost sight of the larger goals of trying to attract businesses to Brentwood. We've been working with the Innovation Center, master planning. We've been working on kicking off the specific plan updates for Brentwood Boulevard and downtown. And we're outreaching as best we can, even though the market is a little bit frozen at the moment, but we're continuing to do that work. The good news I wanted to indicate is it does appear as though there's some hope for an additional CARES type funding that would come to the city, which could be substantially more. If we're able to receive a substantial amount of federal money that is eligible for use for small businesses, we'll be prepared to bring a program to the city council that utilizes that. So we're keeping an eye on those funds. Obviously, there's still some votes in Washington to take place before that happens, but we're keeping a close eye on that and thinking about programs that we could use to help small businesses. So no guarantees, but there is some hope on the horizon there. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that the council has.
Questions, if you could raise your hand. And it looks, wow, that looked fast. Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. Terrence, I mentioned that I attended the League's Small Business Economic Recovery workshop, and it looks like some of the things that they suggested you've just incorporated into our planning, so I think that's fantastic. There were a couple of other options that they recommended, and given that we're running late at this point, can I email you some of those suggestions? Would you be the person to receive that?
Absolutely.
Okay. In a nutshell, I brought this up as an agenda item a month ago. I'm not even sure. Really, really excited to see all of these improvements and plans moving forward. I think this is really fantastic. I love to see the marketing components because I think that's where we can make our biggest difference. A lot of small businesses don't have the staffing to be able to pull off direct and more specific strategic marketing. So I'm really glad that we're going to be able to offer a little bit more of that kind of support. And then any kind of one-on-one counseling and training. I think it's all really good. So thank you to you and your team for putting this all together. And I will be sending that email out soon.
Excellent. Thank you.
Councilmember Rary.
Of the 2,500 business PPE kits, how many have we distributed?
If you don't mind, I'm going to bounce that to Gail to give me an update on that.
Given out about 500 right now, and the chamber has created what they call ambassadors to go to big shopping centers like the streets of Brentwood and hand them out to like the managing agent of that so that they have them on hand and can give them to people along the way. But it's a constant process, especially because some businesses aren't even open. So this will continue well into the future as we go forward.
So we have 2,000 of the business PE kits that have not been distributed. Is there a reason why we decided to spend $212,000 on the CARES Act funding for such a great amount?
The Chamber looked at the number of businesses that were looking to reopen, and they came up with I think it was a little bit over 2,500 businesses that they had come up with, and so that's how they arrived at that number. There are some businesses that require, 2 or 3. I know the library probably will take about 5 or 6 so that they can have them in different stations. So it just depends on the need of the business, but I do really think that we're going to be able to distribute them all by the time everybody reopens.
Okay, I guess we're going into almost a year of since COVID hit, and I guess I'm concerned that we spent that amount of money and haven't really. I mean, we've only given out a fifth of that. So
part of that has to do with the fact that these businesses are only partially open. So when they fully open all the way, they're going to need another round.
Okay.
That's the idea.
All right. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you. I know that the businesses around here needed everything, and this started before I was on council, and I would be remiss if I did. I mean, I was sitting in the meeting when Councilwoman Rary brought the whole outdoor eating, up. So I want to say thank you to everyone on staff and everyone who was on council before, because I think passionate about small businesses and making sure they're okay. So thank you all who have done this. I know that it's really, really appreciated. I appreciate it. Again, it was before me, so thank you.
If there are no other questions and comments right now, for staff, I will open up to, I see Vice Mayor Rodriguez' hand.
Yes, I just want to thank the staff for the presentation, but also a lot of, the work that needs to be done to be able to make sure these things are happening for our businesses here in Brentwood. So I just wanted to recognize them and thank them for their hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, we will open public comments. If there's anyone in the public that has a comment on this item, I'll turn it to Margaret.
I received 0 written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the WebEx feature, and I'll call your name if provided and mute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I don't see any speakers with their hand raised. I do see that Mr. Dorman has an indication next to his name, and so I will unmute him and see if he wants to speak on this item. Mr. Dorman, did you want to speak on this item? Okay, he was not there. There's no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. So then at this time, we'll close public comments. And if you have any further discussion as council, I would like to also thank staff and thank the Chamber of Commerce for their partnership. They do a lot of great work, and they continue to get better and better. And all of the local businesses that have struggled through and have made it, there's no way to measure the sacrifice that our local businesses are making and going through. So anything we can do to help them is a very small thank you to them making Brentwood what it is. Is there anyone else on council that would like to say something before we move forward? I see Councilmember Mendoza's hand. Okay, thank you. So at this time, we will move on to item D3. Community enrichment presentation, and I will turn it to Terrence Brindle.
Thanks again, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Here, I just want to really introduce our code enforcement manager, community enrichment manager, Roberto Portillo Benaman, to give you the a presentation on our community enrichment activities. Robbie?
I'm going to unmute Robbie.
Thank you.
Robbie, go ahead. You are muted.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Awesome. Sorry about the technical difficulties there. I guess we're all experiencing a tad bit of that tonight. Okay, so tonight's agenda item is being brought forward as Vice Mayor Rodriguez requested information on a program overview for community enrichment, and also asked for the methods that are used to ensure businesses are maintaining their properties. So I will address that in the presentation, and also provide the type of concerns, the overall approach, and again, the methods that we utilize in our work. So we'll dive right in with an overview of the program. Community enrichment was formerly called the Code Enforcement Program. It's part of the Community Development Department, Neighborhood Services Division. We completed a complete rebranding of the program in the spring of 2018, and we wanted to better meet the needs of the community and focus on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are public engagement, community outreach, and also to have a proactive approach. We address concerns such as health and safety, nuisances, property maintenance, construction without a permit, zoning concerns, along with signage. Give you some examples of that. Health and safety concern, we've got an example of a fallen fence with a missing pool barrier. That's obviously a concern for safety. Property maintenance, it tends to be more along the lines of unmaintained front yard landscaping. Nuisance abatement can be a combination of concerns. In the particular photograph here, you'll see trash and debris, an inoperative vehicle, improper storage of a trailer, as well as garbage and recycling containers stored in public view. Zoning related concerns can really run the gamut. This particular photograph is an example of a home-based business that was operating in violation of their home occupation permit. They had very large semi-trucks with trailers making deliveries to their home. And then construction without a permit, we have an example of an accessory dwelling unit that was being built without permits and also without regard to the required setbacks. We have interdepartmental partnerships, so we do try to dovetail in with other city departments. In regards to economic development, we make referrals with businesses that need additional assistance, perhaps with grants, additional training, particularly now with the pandemic. They may need some additional assistance, business retention efforts, and so forth. And we also promote the Better in Brentwood marketing. With regard to finance, we work on business tax certificates, also known as business licenses. We do contact new businesses, residential landlords, et cetera, regarding the need for them to obtain a new business tax certificate, and also work on delinquent business tax certificate renewals. For Parks and Recreation, we address street trees, so overgrown trees that are in that planter strip area between the sidewalk and the curb, as well as missing street trees that need to be replaced. With Public Works, we mainly deal with encroachments. So in this particular photograph, there's an accessory driveway that this resident added without the required curb cut and driveway approach. So we do try to connect these individuals with the appropriate city staff to facilitate compliance. With regard to the police department, Frequently, it's surrounding vehicle storage with boats and trailers that are stored on the street that are then moved into the driveway. Again, we educate individuals and let them know what their options are as far as long-term storage, if they can do so on their property. Otherwise, they do have to find a off-site storage facility. We may accompany the police department from time to time on inspections of massage establishments looking for unsafe conditions and unpermitted construction, as well as from time to time for homeless encampments that are on private property. In this particular example, we had some substandard buildings that were boarded up. Some transients were able to make entry. There was a subsequent fire, and then staff contacted the property owners and facilitated the process for the demolition of those structures. That location, there's currently a commercial project underway to repurpose that. And then finally, we do have, on occasion, some indoor cannabis grows. Again, unsafe conditions with unsafe electrical and unpermitted construction. So what is our goal? Again, our goal is to meet the needs of the community. We've all heard loud and clear that Brentwood quality of life is of the utmost concern, as well as public safety. So we created a mission statement that rings true with everything that we do and all of our efforts. It's striving to enhance the quality of life for Brentwood residents and businesses. How do we do that? Well, we have a firm belief that we would like to facilitate versus regulate the activities with residents and businesses. And the benefit to that is that we can formulate positive and lasting relationships with these individuals. We do want to focus on community outreach. We want to be able to provide whatever resources, whether that be visual aids, educational materials, etc. In 2019, we were able to resolve 5,002 cases. However, in order to be able to effectively handle that caseload, staff needs to be able to positively connect with the public and maintain that positive relationship throughout the process to resolve whatever that particular concern may be. Education. Education is really key. We have found that this is so important. We really need to focus on helping the community to understand our municipal codes. We can't simply say, hey, there's the code, it's online, or here's a copy, you need to read it and understand it. We do try to break that down and make it in more manageable terms. It also promotes neighbor-to-neighbor education and communication. We're finding that there are neighborhood groups or perhaps neighborhood watch meetings where neighbors get together. They try to band together and keep an eye out for one another. They let each other know what's going on, and they do try to encourage each other as far as maintaining their property and having that sense of pride and ownership. One of the questions that we have gotten from time to time is, what about my neighbor's property? They have all their kids' toys strewn about the front yard and in the driveway area. Is there something that you can do about that? They also have some household items that are stored out there. So we contacted, we do try to have personal contact whenever possible, whether that be by phone or email, let the individual know that the toys weren't a code violation. However, the storage of the household items were definitely a concern that staff could address. Voluntary compliance through education, that is our goal. We always try to collaborate with the tenant, the property owner, whoever the responsible party is, if it's a business, the business owner, so that we can explain what the guidelines are and assist them through the process to gain compliance. This is the type of positive feedback that we like to receive. One of our staff members was working on an unpermitted construction case, and this was the written feedback that we got back. Mike, I'd like to thank you for your patience, diligence, and professional work. That's what we strive for. We want to have a positive impression with the community because frequently we have calls back from those individuals when they are looking to connect with city staff for a variety of issues. It may not be something that's in our wheelhouse. It may be something, that's related to another department, but they feel comfortable with that rapport that we've built with them to where they will contact us and say, hey, can you help me out with this particular item that I'm trying to address, and we're happy to do that. Okay, so moving on to what our approach is. So we do focus on community outreach efforts. We have had to scale this back quite a bit with the pandemic. We have used social media to get information about our out about our program. We have attended civic and service group meetings, neighborhood watch meetings. We do mail out a new resident mailing packet that includes a brief note with, welcome to Brentwood. Did you know these are some of the guidelines? These are the common concerns that are reported in Brentwood, trying to provide that education early on, realizing that these individuals have moved to our community and may have had a whole different set of guidelines in the community in which they moved from. The Brentwood Connect 24/7 app. We also created a brochure that explains more about our program. This is available on our webpage. We created a resource guide. Again, understanding that some individuals are not tech savvy or don't have a computer or internet access. We do have quite a few seniors and other individuals in our community who do prefer to have that printed resource guide. It gives them information regarding various concerns and who to contact. There's also some additional information for outside agencies as well. And we also created a common concerns flyer. There is a visual component to that. It has sparked quite a bit of interest, and people do enjoy that. It gives a lot of information. It's sort of our top 12, if you will, for code concerns. Moving on to the Brentwood Connect app. This is an application that can be downloaded on a smartphone. It's also accessible with a desktop application via the quick link section on the main city webpage. It was launched in June of 2018. Our team worked with GoGov, the software developer, to create an exclusive citywide citizen reporting application. A variety of concerns can be reported on this, whether it's a street light that's out, an overgrown tree, maintenance that's needed in a park, etc. Those concerns can be quickly routed to the correct city staff member or department. The reporting individual will get an immediate acknowledgement with a request number that they can track, and they will get notified when the concern has been resolved. There's also a knowledge base where individuals can obtain vital information, also a FAQ section. So this is it has really been effective. Individuals that work different hours can report this, any time of the day, 24/7. In addition to being reactive in nature and responding to concerns, we also have a proactive component to the program. The residential aspect, again, pre-COVID, we were going out and doing proactive community canvases where we were doing a knock and talk and explaining our program to individuals. If they were not home, we left resource material at their front door. We did discuss any concerns that we noted on their property with them in an effort to, again, educate and gain voluntary compliance. Staff also manned a booth at the farmers market. That was another way for us to engage with the community and provide resource information and answer questions. We have, again, the community resource guide available and other resources on the webpage that I mentioned. Another component of our proactive canvassing was that we wanted to provide recognition for those individuals who were definitely setting a good example and pride of ownership, or for tenants for that matter. But if they were maintaining their property, it was open to all individuals. For those individuals who did not have any concerns noted on their property, we did enter them into a drawing. We partnered with economic development, and we had some coveted yard signs that said neighborhood winner. Those individuals received that yard sign that they could proudly display in their front yard, and they did receive some swag from with Veteran Brentwood on that. Moving on to the business aspect, we do also contact new businesses that we find listed in local publications or also from in-person visits when we're out in the community. We do provide guidance as well for prospective businesses. We do have a resource here for starting a business in the city of Brentwood, sort of a step-by-step guidance, as well as providing information on the business tax certificate requirement. We have that application that we provide to these businesses. Additional informational resources such as how to advertise your business, how to connect with economic development. We have a common concerns handout for businesses that focuses primarily on signage because the reported concerns that we receive for the most part are signage related. And then, like I mentioned, referrals to economic development for grants and additional assistance and training. Okay, so let's see the numbers. I'll give you some overall statistics here. I'm going to focus on 2019 because, as we all know, 2020 was very atypical. Giving you a summary here of the total requests for community enrichment alone via the Brentwood Connect app. We've got a number. Pardon me, I think I just lost audio. Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry about that. The total number of cases generated were 5,002. We also generated some revenue for new business tax certificates, the $24,009. Fees generated from administrative citations, $40,000. Fees generated as a result of our efforts to facilitate compliance with the business tax certificate renewals for the finance department, $106,000. Fees generated as a result of permits that were obtained from our efforts with our cases, that was $177,000. And then we also participate with the Abandoned Vehicle Abatement Service Authority through Contra Costa County. So we receive funds allocated in the amount of $29,000 for a total of funds generated of $376,000. So again, this is just showing how our efforts an illustration of how our efforts result in a revenue stream to the city. So moving along to give you an illustration of what our caseload was like from 2018 to 2019. We had an increase of 48% from one year to the next. And then our top 5 requests reported via that Brentwood Connect app in 2020. We had a total number of requests reported of 1,536. We've got the top 5 there. Landscaping maintenance is number 1, followed by boat, trailer, and RV storage. Garbage and recycling containers stored in public view. Trash and debris, followed by zoning concerns. I'll share a few success stories with you because, as they say, a photo's worth 1,000 words, with some before and afters. Some landscaping illustrations here. We have 3 different styles of landscaping as examples. The top illustration, the resident installed grass and plants and rock and so forth for landscaping. The example in the middle was incorporating artificial turf, which is also permissible, along with some plants and rock. And then the last example there at the bottom is a drought-tolerant landscape, all of which are very nice and strongly encouraged. Moving along with some nuisance abatement, the top photos are of the former highway rooms, which you may recall. They used to be there on Brentwood Boulevard. That was a substandard structure and unsafe to occupy. We did contact the property owner, and those structures were subsequently demolished. And the bottom illustration is of a very large amount of graffiti that is along a block wall behind one of our shopping centers on Lone Tree Way. We were successful in getting the property owner to abate that, and that site is currently under development with some new housing. Finally, I'll touch upon some construction without a permit. The first example is a shower that was constructed within a garage of a residential home without permits. We did contact that individual. They obtained the required demolition permit and removed that construction. The middle example was pretty extensive. We had a vacant home that was being remodeled. The entire subfloor was being removed without benefit of any permit. It was in an unsafe condition, so we did restrict the occupancy of that property, rendered it substandard until the proper plans could be submitted and permits obtained. Subsequently, the home was remodeled and sold and is occupied. The last example is another cannabis grow with some unpermitted and unsafe electrical and mechanical work that was done. A demolition permit was obtained, the unpermitted work was removed, and the dwelling was brought back to its original intended use. So with that, you're probably considering, how do we get from A to Z? So I'm going to give you a little bit of information as far as the methods that we use to gain compliance. Again, realizing education is key to our success. We do provide a courtesy letter by mail outlining the municipal code violations, and we send that to all responsible parties, whether there's a tenant involved, a property owner, business owner, etc. We utilize any referrals that are necessary to help those individuals come into compliance, whether they need information on how to obtain a permit, if they need planning approval, etc. We will also incorporate various types of communication, again, in an effort to engage with the individual to discuss what needs to be done. We will utilize mail, phone calls, email, in-person contacts, visual aids, whatever is necessary. We also have a Spanish-speaking staff member who is available to translate if that is also needed. And then finally, if we're dealing with a business and if they happen to have a conditional use permit, there will be conditions of approval that are included, and we do have the option that we can refer that back to the Planning Commission for possible modification or revocation. That's not our preference, but it's definitely an option that we have in our toolkit should we need that. If we're unable to get compliance through all of these various means of communication and efforts, we will definitely issue administrative citations, and there is a process to ensure that there's due process to the individual receiving that citation. They have appeal rights. We do have other tools that are used less often, but we do have opportunity to clean a property. We can also out a title if there are violations that are not being resolved in a statement. But those are all efforts that we use less frequently. Overall, we have a 98% rate of compliance. We only have to issue citations in about 2% of our cases, which is pretty remarkable in and of itself. These are the various methods that can be utilized to with us. We have the smartphone and desktop application, Brentwood Connect 24/7. I encourage everyone to utilize this if you're not already doing so. It's very effective, the most efficient way to make sure that a particular concern is directed to the appropriate city staff. We're also available by phone and by email. We have a comprehensive webpage with those educational resource materials that I mentioned. The easiest way for the public to access that, there are 7 across the headings across the top of the web there shown. If you click on the resident and then followed by community enrichment, that will take you to the web page where you can access all of that information. Created a promotional video, but in the interest of time in the late hour, I'm going to skip that, but that is available on our webpage should you wish to view that. And we have, lastly, a couple of frequently asked questions that we get. For example, I'm a residential landlord. Why do I need to obtain a business tax certificate? Well, the answer to that is the rental or leasing of property is considered business activity, and therefore the municipal code does require a business tax certificate, also known as a business license. Also, we get requests for extensions. If an individual has a rather large project or they're running into some sort of issues and they need additional time, the answer is absolutely. Extensions are granted based upon consistent progress being made towards compliance. So with that, my presentation is concluded, and I'm available should you have any questions.
Okay, Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. I have a few. I'll try to keep them as brief as I can. First of all, really, really great presentation. It was very informative. I'm wondering now that we have a PIO on staff, if we can launch a marketing campaign with maybe some infographics, social media, to educate the public on how do you go about complaining about trash or about getting a permit, or these kinds of things, like some of these the common concerns flyer, for example. I think that would be extremely helpful, and I know a lot of people have already seen it when they go looking for it, but I feel like doing some sort of an outreach program with that information on an ongoing basis, pick a new topic every week kind of thing, would be really beneficial to the community. So that's the first thing. And then I have to say, this is another one of those things where I'm grateful for previous council doing the things that they did to prepare us. But the question, when I look at this, I think about the Lone Oak situation, the landscaping company, and the fact that it was out of compliance, but it took such a long time for that situation to be fixed. But it seems like our processes are so very clear and our codes are so very clear that confuses me why it took that long. I'm hoping for a little more understanding about that. And then kind of in a similar direction, the Deer Ridge fines, did they go through this process? And then when these fines and citation amounts and everything when those things come in, the revenues come in, do those go into the general fund? Hopefully that second half of what I was asking made some sense. I'm tired. That make sense, Terrence?
It does. Robbie, I'll take a crack at that, but please correct if I get it wrong. The Lone Oak situation was a very unique circumstance where there was really discussion and debate about whether or not a use was a legal non-conforming use or not. It took a long time to resolve, but it has been resolved finally. It took really all of our skills to get to the end of that road. And when it comes to the Deer Ridge situation, yes, Community Enrichment was involved in issuing the citations and trying to put pressure on the property owner to comply. Again, as Robbie stated, our intention is compliance. However, Robbie and Community Enrichment are not involved in whether or not a citation is waived or not. There's no relationship to Robbie's work whatsoever. So wanted to be clear about that. And in terms of your suggestion about working with our PIO, it's a good one, and we'll do that.
Okay, thank you for clarification.
The fees do go into the general fund.
Okay, thank you for all of that, and thank you, Robbie.
Councilmember Rarick.
Yeah, I just have one. First off, I want to say I've done a ride along with Robbie, and it's just phenomenal the cooperation and the rapport that she has had with residents who have not been compliant, who are working towards it, and the effort is to help them comply. But I do have a question. When an appeal hearing does take place, such as the Deer Ridge appeal hearing, how come residents aren't informed, especially those residents who have been filing the complaint? How come they're not informed of the hearing so that they can comment on the impact those violations have had on their homes or their communities?
Councilmember Rarick, I'm going to have to defer that question to the city attorney or city manager. I'm not really familiar with that process, and it isn't something that's under Community Enrichment's control.
I'll take the initial stab at it. And again, for tonight's purpose, we're going to try and keep on a more general approach rather than looking at specific properties, mainly because that's not on the agenda tonight. It really is overall community enrichment programs. But with regard to the hearing process for administrative citations, that is not, it's not similar to a city council meeting, a public meeting. It is more similar to a trial. I'm using that word not in the purest sense of what you see on TV, but it really is the Community Enrichment Department responding to an appeal of an administrative citation. So someone has received a citation, they disagree with the fact that there's a violation of the property and are challenging that. So it really, they present their case and the Community Enrichment Department presents their case, and then the hearing officer makes the decision. It's not one where the public is part of that process unless the hearing officer asks questions of a member of the public, or if, for instance, one of the responsible parties wants to have someone speak on their behalf. Hopefully that answers your question, Councilmember Rary.
Without getting into specifics on any one property or another, I guess my concern is you have people who have made complaints and why they haven't been included in this process in the appeal hearing.
It just, historically, that hasn't been done. I don't think there's anything that would preclude them from being a part of that process, but it's just something historically we haven't done that. If they are part of the process, they would be observers unless the hearing officer asks specific questions of them. It wouldn't be similar to this meeting that we're having here, where the public has a right to speak per the Brown Act. It's not a Brown Act meeting. But I don't believe there's anything that would preclude them from being observers of the meeting.
So we should direct staff that when the hearing takes place to notify those who have filed complaints.
It would be more the city manager's office to take the lead on that. It would probably, I would want to look into some of the due process rights that the responsible parties have. Many times responsible parties are not large businesses. They are, single-family homeowners, and it's a very different scenario. So I'd want to look into that, but as I'm sitting here, I don't think it's out of the realm that the public could be a part of that process.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
First, Robbie, thank you for everything you do. I mean, I've been here 20 years, and whenever I call, you guys are on it, from a street light to an abandoned car. So thank you so much. And even your signs, our house one like a few years ago, the Halloween house. So thank you so much for all of that. I think it's so positive for the neighborhood, all of it. I have a question. So I've been seeing a lot of posts, and I imagine we might be getting calls about cannabis grow houses. Do we ever partner with utility companies when like energy goes above a certain amount? Is there a trigger that they can share with us, or does that never come into play? Because usually you see a big spike in electrical usage.
And Mr. Mayor, did you want me to respond to that question?
Yes, you or whichever.
Or whoever, I'm sorry.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Mendoza, we don't have that information that's shared with us from PG&E. If they suspect there's any type of theft of electricity, they will perform their own investigation. It's very rare, if ever, that we get contacted by PG&E. Most of these types of situations are actually reported to the police department, and then they conduct their investigation. And as a result of that investigation, they ask us to get involved because of the unsafe electrical, various hazards, unpermitted construction, etc. But having said that, with so many homes now having solar, there may not be a huge spike in electrical usage.
Yeah, you're right about that, for sure. Okay, that was because I have a feeling that's going to start coming up a lot more. So when it comes to, I know when this originally came up, it's like, how do we help? What do we do about businesses that aren't maintaining their areas? But it sounds like it's kind of the onus is on a lot, especially with COVID, you're not going out, is on us, the residents, to make sure we're using your app, to make sure that we're reporting things. It's kind of everyone's responsibility to make sure that that's happening, correct? That's what it sounds like. So if residents have an issue or one of us has an issue, we should be using the app.
Absolutely. App is the best method, to contact city staff for a variety of issues. We are out and about in the community responding to other concerns. So if we do see an egregious violation, we will address that proactively. But for the most part, we are reactive at this point during the pandemic because we've had to curb our proactive approach with COVID. But we will definitely respond to any of those types of concerns, trash and debris in shopping centers, unmaintained landscaping, those sorts of issues. We are definitely still addressing. We have not stopped that.
Awesome. And like I said, you guys responded. I mean, I remember sending one for my lamppost, and I think it was a couple of days. I was shocked. I looked out, and someone's fixing it. So thank you so much.
I don't want to take credit for that. That's our wonderful public works staff. But, yes, it's a citywide effort, so thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
There are no more questions of staff at this time. At this time, we will open.
Mayor, I have a question. I'm sorry. I didn't realize everybody had their hand raised. Gotta get better at this thing. Rob, I just want to thank you for your wonderful presentation. And also, I know you and your staff, your team does a wonderful job. I have a couple of questions, Robbie. The knock and talk information, and when you guys are walking around, is some of that information put in Spanish?
We have a few of our resource materials that are in fact Spanish, but the vast majority of it is not in Spanish. If we are going into a neighborhood, we do know that there are neighborhoods that have a very large Hispanic community and are likely to be Spanish speakers. We have had Spanish-speaking staff conducting that proactive canvas, so it's available to speak in Spanish to those.
Okay. And then, like the resource guide, the education that is done that you guys provide, are either one of those done in Spanish as well? And is the guide put in Spanish?
No, it is in...
I couldn't hear you, Robbie.
No, Council, or no, Vice Mayor, excuse me. It is in English.
Okay. And I'll be honest. I mean, the reason why is because I'll be honest. You've done a wonderful job in working with me and others in the community on the northeast of Brentwood. But we've also had a lot of situations with businesses not maintaining their properties regarding landscaping or the mess or just junk all over the place and things like that, garbage. So I was just hoping if there's a way that we could do when the time is right, because obviously we're in a pandemic, when the time is right to be able to do some door-to-door information giveaways in Spanish to the community so they can understand what's acceptable, what's not acceptable, not only for their own homes, but also within the local businesses that are out there, because I think that they would utilize those resources that you showed in regards to calling things in. They just don't know that there's that option possibly. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Understood.
And then my other thing is, I know I in going around town, a lot of you, the Brentwood Boulevard is changing a lot on the north side of Brentwood, right? The northeast of Brentwood. And one of the things is that we have a lot of older businesses that have been around for a long time that don't have some of the amenities that other businesses may have because they've been asked to either not upgrade, but either have them there because of the new development, and those are some of the requests from the city. One of my concerns is that some of our businesses, and I don't have the right wording for this, and I'm going to call it, but the garbage cans, like the nice ones in downtown, or that we have like at the Safeway over here across the street from Liberty High School, the garbage cans where they're really secured, where it's really hard for the homeless or other people to go through it and make a mess. We lack some of those within some of our areas. Is there a way that we could work with some of our businesses to get some of those things?
We can certainly do that. The garbage containers that you're speaking of within shopping centers, the property owner is responsible for installing those. Those are not provided funds or by the city. We are currently in talks with two particular that have had quite a problem with both homeless activity as well as illegal dumping. So we have been in constant communication with the property managers for both of those centers. We've built a report, and we're getting a much faster response as far as getting those areas cleaned up. One of the centers has actually ordered some garbage containers, and there has been a delay in the delivery with the recent winter storm activity, but we anticipate that those will be installed probably within the next 2 weeks. So I don't want to speak in regards to specific properties because the program tonight is supposed to be more general in nature. I can't provide those general answers. I think that's what you're looking for.
That's why I'm saying Brentwood Boulevard, just because I don't want to be specific. But I know that that's been some of the concerns of the residents, and I'll be honest with you, including myself, that drives through there on a daily basis. But also one of the other things that in regards to the landscaping on Brentwood Boulevard, one of the tough things, right, is that you have a new portion that's coming in. It's going to have some beautiful landscaping, and then we have some of the older properties that are not really that nice of landscaping in front of their properties. Are there things that we can do to work with them? And I'm not trying to put pressures on the businesses because I obviously know that there's some hard times going on, but is there anything that we can suggest or help with to make sure that these things are looking a lot better than what they currently are for that area? Because to me, it sets the tone for that community, right? If it's maintained, it looks good. It's looks professional, or looks the quality of life is better. It makes the community want to make it look better and want to be more engaged in some of the things that go on in that area. So I'm just wondering, is there anything we could do or work with some of these local businesses on Brentwood Boulevard regarding the landscaping?
Councilmember Rodriguez, this is Terrence. That your point is very well taken, and that really is something that will be addressed as part of the specific plan update that we're working on in that area, where where improvements to the public realm and encouragements to improvement, to making a better looking place along Brentwood Boulevard is going to be a part of that plan.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, we've been talking about this plan since I grew up in Village. And that's not on you, Terrence, obviously, because you weren't around. And it's almost like talking about BART coming to Brentwood. I've been waiting for that since I was like 2 years old. So my thing is that we're getting to a point that portion of the community is growing, and there's a lot of really nice things happening over there. And I just don't want to see some of the older portions of those communities being neglected and look like the ghetto because now they got new businesses and homes around them, and they start feeling like they're not really part of that community because their areas are not maintained as the other ones are. So I just hate to see that we don't get on this sooner than later because it's going to set that tone, right? I know that it's going to set the tone of, man, I wish that we could maintain it like that, right, or have it like that. So that's why it's concerning to me, and I hope that we move on that faster than expecting BART to come to Brentwood. And so my other thing is in regards to the street cleaning, I know some of the issues in some of those areas, right, is street cleaning. And I'm just wondering, how do we notify the community in those areas regarding when street cleaning is coming through so that those streets could be maintained in regards to the cleanliness in those streets? So I'm just wondering, is there signs or is there something given out, or how do people know when they shouldn't park their cars there? Are they going to be ticketed or something like that so those areas could be cleaned? I'm just wondering, Robbie, is there something like that?
So I think I would like to defer to Nikki, the Public Works Director. The staff is in charge of the street sweeping. I know that information is available on our website, but again, I know you would like to have that put in the hands of the residents out there. So how do you do that? So if you wouldn't mind,
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Robbie, but even some signage, right? I know there's no signs on some of those streets to say on Mondays at 2 o'clock or 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, they're going to be doing street cleaning. Please make sure your car's not out there, those kind of things, right? I'm not trying to make it harder for those residents because I know a lot of times they already have it hard, but we also need to, set that tone, right? It's really setting the tone so that we can maintain those properties in those areas. So, yeah, I don't know if Mickey's still around. I know it's 11 o'clock now, so I don't know if he's able to answer that. But those are just some of my things, Robbie. If there's a way that we could do an educational workshops in Spanish, but also the resource guide to be in Spanish, because I think, like you had mentioned, the seniors are more open to getting something in their hand instead of using technology. And I think a lot of the residents in those areas, especially the older residents, I'm not speaking for their kids, are more that way as well. I think they would be more open to have some tangibles to be able to read, especially if they're in Spanish and English. So thank you. That's it.
Vice Mayor, Mickey is available to answer those street cleaning questions, so Mickey's available.
Yes, sorry. Through the mayor, this is Mickey. I am available. Like Robbie mentioned, the street sweeping information is available on our website. You just go on our website and you type in the name of the street. In terms of putting up actual signs on the roads, I would actually would defer that. Without trying to get off too far off topic, we are looking at doing a rebalancing of all our garbage routes that actually is going to impact our street sweeping as well.
And I understand that, but I mean, I know that I'm coming up next in a minute in regards to my thing in regards to how we're going to engage some of these communities that honestly that haven't really been approached in regards to some of the stuff that we do here in the city. Is that a lot of those, I mean, they don't know how to utilize some of the systems that are in place. Because one, I mean, Robbie had mentioned already is that some of this information is not even in Spanish, right? But at the same time, are we actually going out there to educate and do those trainings in those areas? And I'm not saying we haven't, but what I am saying is that, I mean, something needs to be done because there's been time, and I personally have seen it myself, and then I've heard people say, man, they never come through here these leaves are all over the place. This is kind of, right? Because it's hard for the street cleaner to do their job if there's cars parked in the way. So I don't know. I really feel that we need to figure out some type of system to be able to engage those communities so that they could have the best quality of life as everybody else wants in Brentwood when it comes to cleanliness, right? And making sure the roads are clean.
Just because they speak Spanish doesn't mean they don't understand what's going on. I'm starting to get a little offended. I mean, my mom is Spanish speaker, and she's the one that tells me when they're coming to street clean. My mom figures it out. So I think we need to be careful because I'm starting to get a little offended that you are talking about that. The way I'm receiving it is that you're talking about the Latino community, like our Spanish-speaking community, like they're less intelligent. And I'm asking you to please rethink what you're saying about them because it's starting to become offensive.
I'll be honest with you, Councilmember Mendoza. I'm not trying to speak that they're uneducated or don't know. What I'm saying is I actually go into that area. I lived in that area. And a lot of those people sometimes are not aware that there's certain things they could either request or ask or look up. And that's
so you go into that area, you talk to people in that area.
Really quick?
Have you brought these concerns up to them? Because
Say that again?
Oh, excuse me.
You say you go in, but have you talked to them about these concerns? Because
yes,
you're
I have.
telling. Okay,
yes,
so hopefully that's great to hear. I'm glad that you're educating. educating.
Of course, I would always educate, but also if materials are not put in a specific language for people to understand it, I mean, that's fine. I mean, I would love to walk with you anytime. We could go walk over there and actually talk to the people if you like to, and know that
I've been out there.
So let me break in as the chair get back on to we could get back onto the process here. If there's no more questions of staff, I'm going to open it up to public comment, and I'll turn it to Margaret.
I received 0 public comments on this item, written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please use the raise your hand feature in WebEx, and I will unmute you. Or call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the time has expired. And I do have one speaker right now, Rod Floor. Mr. Floor, go ahead.
Great. Yeah, I don't have a prepared comment, but I was just listening to this, and if I can remember what the question was, that intervening conversation was kind of long. Going back to the attorney's kind of imperfect analogy of the hearing being kind of like a court trial, if I understood the analogy, community enrichment would play kind of the role of the DA or the prosecutor, and maybe not in that rigid a term. And again, because we just had this recent thing, I'm struggling to understand why community enrichment, when they went in to the hearing on Deer Ridge, and I can generalize it for you if you want, is that shouldn't they be the ones responsible for telling the hearing judge that whether or not the person who the appellant has been, forthcoming and working with the staff? I mean, I think it's great what community enrichment does and how they involve the community, and they want to be good neighbors, and they want neighbors to talk to neighbors, and they care about all that stuff. But you know what? People like Suncoast Roberto, he doesn't give a damn about any of that. He's just doing it on purpose to make things miserable for us. And it's not just me saying that. You can talk to anybody in Shadow Lakes, anybody in Deer Ridge. They're closing these golf courses down and making a mess, and they're doing it on purpose. And they actually laid out that playbook for us 4 years ago. They said, well, you let us do this, or we're going to sell to somebody who's going to make a mess, and then they just turn out to make the mess themselves. So it floors me that community enrichment, when they go into these hearings, sure, you can get, compliance eventually out of somebody like Roberto, but he's got another golf course across the street. Now, what's he going to go do to those people in Shadow Lakes? Those are my friends. They see this. They see what's going on. They see that he doesn't have to pay his fines, and they know that he will go back over there and act with impunity. You have to think about future compliance, not just current compliance. And it's just infuriating that nobody at that hearing apparently, even mentioned that point of view. So I look forward to seeing the video of it, but I can guarantee you this neighborhood is not done with this issue, and you guys are going to hear more about it from us. We just feel like you let us down major in this issue. It should have been on community enrichment, code enforcement, to at least tell the hearing official what was going on and let them not make the decision based on what was put in that explanation that they were for. So thank you.
The next speaker is Carolina, followed by Wayne Francis. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you. So good evening. And somebody on Facebook said this was going to be a short meeting. They were wrong. My question is as follows. So one time we left our garbage cans outside and we got notification from code enforcement that we had violated code. Yet if you drive down toward the farms, there are houses that one good stiff wind and they're going to fall apart. Were they grandfathered in? Or why do they not have to meet code for absolutely anything? And, you just drive and you see all these houses. They're violating every single code that Brentwood has on the books. So that's what I would like to know. Why certain parts of Brentwood are held to such strict standards where other parts of Brentwood are not held to any standard whatsoever. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Wayne Francis. Mr. Francis, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Council, it's me again. There are a couple of points that I wanted to make. And the first one I wanted to address was made by our city manager, who stated that the city plans to resume code enforcement which I think is rather disingenuous when considering that the $68,000 was just waived and like it never happened. So I don't know where that comment came from. And the waiving of the fines was clearly a backdoor deal done without oversight or timely reporting to council or the residents. I don't see how that's able to stand and not be appealed. I don't know if the legal counsel wants to address that. I also want to bring up the point of the uneven application of city and municipal code. Yes, you stated you didn't want to talk about any specific case, but clearly we have a violation in Deer Ridge that's been longstanding for the better part of 4 years. It wasn't resolved. The property owner got to get a conservation easement and a tax write-off, and after it affecting the quality of life and the values, property values of the residents of Deer Ridge. And it's kind of interesting and ironic that Robbie, for all that she does, states that community enrichment, Brentwood's quality of life is the utmost objective. We've been subjected to poor quality of life in terms of what we have to drive home to in the evenings or just walking around the neighborhood, the blight that had been created by the previous owner, Suncoast. And he transferred that business to his brother and brother's organization, WBA, and it's much the same as far as I'm concerned. So those are some of the things that I'm concerned with. And it's also disingenuous when you consider that the fees created and administrative citations were $40,000. And that's for the entire city of 65,000 residents or whatever the number is. But yet still we have one single violator that accrued over $60,000 that were waived. I hope that every council member thinks about that and how that has impacted the residents who you then come and say, we need to pay for this LLAD proposal. Thank you.
There's no additional speakers with their hands raised.
That there's no additional speakers, we're going to move from council discussion. We've had a lot of discussion on this. I want to thank Robbie for your work. Thank you, staff. And we will move on to item D4, receive an update on the annual police department performance report. And Chief Hansen will provide the staff report.
Let me just move him into the WebEx and make him the presenter. Okay. And I'll unmute him.
We can hear you, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Tonight I'll be going over our 2020 PD performance report from the police department. Our department overview, we have 71 officers, 6 of those are detectives. We have 2 canines, 3 motorcycle officers, 3 school resource officers. We have a collateral SWAT team and crisis negotiation team. We have 36. Yeah,
Chief, we're seeing your home screen, it appears, but not the PowerPoint. Want to recalibrate that, please?
Yeah.
Beautiful family.
Had a beautiful family, Chief.
We have a copy here on our end that we can share. And oh, there we go. Chief is muted. I'm going to go ahead and unmute him. Okay, Chief, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to go over our department again. We have 71 sworn officers, 6 detectives, 2 canine officers, 3 motorcycle traffic officers, 3 school resource officers. We have 2 collateral SWAT team and a collateral crisis negotiation team. Can you guys hear me and see me?
Yes.
Okay. We have 36 civilian support staff. That includes our community service officers, our records division, our dispatch center, our administrative staff that works in my office, and we have 2 part-time assistants. The purpose of this report is to look at accountability, transparency, and a continued assessment of our staffing needs. Our 4 performance categories are response times, incident of crime and crime rate, workload, and clearance rate. Our response times are broken down to priority 1 calls, which are emergency calls. Those are calls that are a threat to life or crimes in progress. Our priority 2 calls are all the other calls that don't elevate to the level of an emergency or crime in progress. As you can see, our priority 1 calls, our response times increased by 3 seconds, which is good considering our population increase, and our priority 2 calls went down by 7 seconds in 2020. This slide here shows prior to opening up our dispatch center, this one was really important to me. We used to not look at this call for service, but this was the times that our dispatch center receives the call to the time that it's actually dispatched to our officers. So you can see prior to us opening in 2016, priority 1 calls, those are emergency calls, those are our highest priority, sat on the board for an average of 2 minutes and 51 seconds prior to getting dispatched to our police officers. So something I'm really proud of is if you look at last year, 2020, they sat on there for 41 seconds before they were dispatched to our officers. It's something that we'll continue to work at, but I'm really proud of our dispatchers for that. Incidents of crime. So our crimes are broken down into part 1 crimes. It's a measurement of crime incidents per 1,000 population, and we report this crime to the FBI yearly. Our part 1 crimes consist of murder, rape, robbery, arson, assault, burglary, theft, and auto theft. And it's reported to the FBI's Uniform Crime Reporting. And I'll update you probably next year on our crime, but we're going away from this Uniform Crime Reporting to a more complex crime reporting to the FBI, which will be a lot more detailed and a lot more accurate in reporting crime. Our violent crimes, they decreased 11.5%. You'll see this was an anomaly. We went into COVID in March, so you're going to see some weird numbers, and I expect that to even out when we get back into this year. But you'll see that we had an increase or a decrease in robberies by 20. Our rapes were up by 14. I went through all those, and there was a lot of without going into too much, there's reporting requirements that have changed, and we had a lot of due to COVID, people being home. And again, it's kind of a sensitive area, but I did go in to make sure that, we didn't have serial rapists or stranger rapists. So when people look at that, they need to know that rapes are reported for a whole bunch of different sex crimes. So we saw a decrease. As you can see, our simple assaults were the ones that were down the most, that had the most effects on our Part 1 violent crimes. Aggravated assault is assault, a battery upon a person where deadly weapons used or serious bodily injury is inflicted. And simple assault is assaults, batteries when a weapon's not used and serious bodily injury is not incurred. Our Part 1 property crimes, residential burglaries were down 15. I would say that people were at home more during the pandemic. Our non-residential burglaries were up by 60. I would say that they were probably up due to people not being at work. Our thefts were down 118. Auto thefts were up by 30. And we had a property decrease of 3.2 for 2020. So Part 1 crimes in 2019 were 1,893. In 2020 were 1,786. So it's down a total of 5.7%. This is our 10-year average. As you can see, in 2020, you had a 22 in 1,000 chance of being a victim of a Part 1 crime. Again, those numbers were a little skewed due to our low proactivity from our officers due to COVID. Total workload per officers, we look at reactive workload and proactive workload. Our reactive workload are crime incidents, calls for service, cases taken, collisions, and our total workload. So you can see that our crime incidents went down by 107. Our cases taken went down by 615. Again, we weren't as proactive after March up to this point than we were the year before. One thing was collisions were down 144. That's our biggest decrease I've ever seen since I've worked here. And again, less cars on the roadway. I would attribute to that. Our arrests were down by 566. Our citations were down by almost 5,000. I'd just like to remind you that in 2019 we had our Obey the Sign or Pay the Fine traffic campaign, which we wrote a lot of tickets in 2019. Clearance rates are something that we report to the FBI. We had one murder in 2020, and we cleared that. We just fell short in our rape clearance cases. We fell short in our assaults by a little bit, and our thefts, we definitely need to do a better job on that, something that we are consistently trying to do better at. So in summary, we looked at our response times. I'm pleased with our response times. I think we're doing a good job, great job on that. Our crime rate was down. Our reactive and proactive workloads, they were really a real weird year for us. You know, our officers weren't out there making as many contacts as they had in prior years due to the pandemic. And our clearance rate is something that we continue to struggle with, and something we need to do a better job on. And in closing, I would just like to thank the members of my police department for their commitment and dedication. They really showed up every day during this pandemic. They realized and really knew that our citizens of this great community really needed us during this time. They needed to see us out there, and they needed to know that we were there to respond for anything. And we went into houses with people that were suffering from COVID, and my officers went in without question. They donned the right PPE. We gave them all the equipment, and they did a great job during this, and they continue to do a great job. I would also like to thank our city manager, Tim Ogden, who was brand new when this broke out, and he continues to lead this city through this pandemic and shows leadership on a daily basis. I appreciate his constant communication, especially with the police department on any issues that come up. He's willing to work them out. And finally, I would just like to thank Mayor Bryan and the entire City Council for your continued commitment to public safety. Without your support, we couldn't do the job that we do out there. You support us, you give us the tools, the equipment to go out there and serve our citizens, and we don't take that responsibility lightly. The fact that we just approved a 5th beat and we're in the process of hiring 5 officers is going to make our police department safer. And that mere act of approving those officers and that 5th beat shows my police department and the men and women that work for it that their leaders have their back, and that we're going to go out there and we're going to continue to work hard to make this the safest city we can and not tolerate crime in our community, but do it right and not be afraid to look at trending new ways of policing. We're never going to close our minds to that, and we'll continue to look at best practices and implement this as we see fit. So thank you, Council, Mayor Bryant, and I'm available for any questions.
The Chief, if you could raise your hand, and I'll call you in order. If not, we will move forward. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, Mayor. Yes, Mayor. Chief, I just want to thank you for your presentation and also for all the hard work yourself and also your department does. So I just wanted to, be able to say that because I know it's some tough times these days, but you guys are still doing what's right for the community and keeping us safe. So I just want to thank you for that.
I just want to say, reiterate what Vice Mayor Rodriguez said. Thank you so much for everything you do. I get a lot of calls, and I'm going to tell you, people don't ever complain about the police department, which is really nice. When they call and complain, they actually tell me about how you have been helping them. So I appreciate that. Excited about the 5th beat as well. I can't wait till it's up and running. And the crab and the tri-tips was awesome. So thank you.
Good to hear. Thank you.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you, Chief, for that. That was a really great report. And I want to say, like what everyone else has said, thanks for keeping the city safe. And I can't wait to see how the 5th beat makes life even better and your life even easier and your staff's life even easier, hopefully. Question is around the loosening of laws and restrictions and such around like the county, the state. How are those loosening restrictions and laws impacting the numbers, like your clearance rates, for example?
Again, there's no excuse for our clearance rates. We have an investigations unit. We have our officers out. Our clearance rate, those new laws don't affect that. That's us going out there and solving crime. And our officers, they do a great job. If you've seen over the last couple of years, take a lot of bad people into custody. As far as the laws go, Prop 47, Prop 57, AB 109, we're not the only community that's seeing the impacts. We're seeing major impacts on that. I think the legislation this year is going to be coming out with some more stuff. Weekly, we're seeing the prisons releasing inmates a lot coming into our community in the East County. Weekly, I get an update from California Corrections. I have to say we're going to see some impacts on that. But it also goes back to, that doesn't give us an excuse. When I say that we need to pay attention to trends and different policing models, that's our job. This is where we come in and we need to work hard. And if things aren't working or the old ways aren't working, then we need to come up with some new ways to fight crime. And again, I can't thank you enough. We feel very supported. And every time we've come to council and asked for equipment and whatnot, we get it. So we have to stay on top of crime fighting. We need to keep our relations up with our business communities and our residential communities. And we need to encourage people to, that it's everybody's job to report crime. I encourage everyone to report. We have our own dispatch center now, so we're full functioning. You are not bothering us. It is what it is, right? The laws have been passed. We're dealing with the impact, so we can either fight it or we can say, how are we going to combat it? And that's my job. And by you guys supporting me, it allows me and my staff to do that. And I know our community appreciates it.
Well, I appreciate the relationship and the openness to the ongoing communications, and I hear great things about the department as well. So thank you for everything.
Thank you. Very frustrating this year for all of us. I like to talk. I like to get out and talk, and I have my 2 shots too, so I think I'm all good. So,
Councilmember Rarick.
All I want to do is applaud the entire department. It's not just the police, it's the dispatch, it's the administrative part of it, and for the job well done. And the numbers that have gone down, it's only going to get better with the 5th beat on there. I can't wait to see next year's numbers. And I love the fight out of crime posts that are on social media on Nextdoor, and look what our police officers did today. You guys keep calling in those things, and we keep picking up the crooks. So keep those posts up, and I can tell that the public loves to see it as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rodriguez, did you have something you'd like to say?
But once again, thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
At this time, if there's no more questions of staff, we will open public comments. Margaret?
I received 0 written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the WebEx feature, and I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I do see 2 speakers on this item. Carolina, go ahead.
Hi, Chief Hansen. First, I want to thank you for your update, and I also want to thank you for something else. You have been a very vocal opponent of the pot farm on Sunset Boulevard by Sunset Park, and I really want to thank you for that because your voice is very important, and you are representing the residents that live in that neighborhood. And the can has now been kicked to the county supervisors. And so I hope you can make that meeting whenever it is scheduled, along with our mayor and our vice mayor who represents the residents in that area. This is very important. Over 130 residents from that area have called in opposing the location. They're not against pots, they're just against the location next to a park. So I hope that the rest of City Council takes Chief Hansen's example and shows up and makes comments to the next County Board of Supervisors meeting when this comes up. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Rod Floor. Rod, go ahead.
Yes, Chief, I would just want to tell you that as a citizen of Brentwood, that I appreciate everything the Brentwood Police Department is doing for us. And I spend a lot of time on social media talking to various people about various things, and it's all Brentwood stuff. And the one thing that I think I can safely say on behalf of the entire community is Brentwood Police Department is well loved and very well supported here. Everybody appreciates everything that you're doing, and basically that's what I had to say. Thank you so much.
There's no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Okay, so at this time we will close public comments. And Chief, I do want to thank you and your staff and all of the officers. And in addition to that, I want to thank all the officers' families. We have a lot of those that live here in town as well, for keeping them safe once they get home and encouraging them. And I know it's been tough for everybody, but you've been doing an outstanding job, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all for what you do, too.
Well, at this time, we will move on to Section E, Requests for Future Agenda Items. E1, New Requests. And if you have a new request, please raise your hand, and I'll call you in order inside. And still up, and I'll just start at the top. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Sorry, Mayor. I didn't put my hand down again.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. 2 things to bring up. One of them, and I don't know the appropriate place to do it, I mentioned during the informational report that I'd had a meeting with the Brentwood Seniors Club board members, and that they would love an opportunity to come and speak in May during Senior Citizens Month, and I don't know if I need to request a specific proclamation or presentation. I'm not sure how that works. So that's one thing. And then the other thing is in response directly to the process that we are now taking on for interviewing commissioners, which I think is going really well and I'm very pleased with. it's pretty obvious that we've got a lot of incredibly talented and dedicated community members who want to help. And it's not always necessarily the best fit for what they're applying for, but maybe they're applying because it's open and they've heard about it. So I feel like there needs to be more ways that our community can engage with us when it comes to committees or commissions, ad hocs. And I think, like, for example, I was on a walk today and I came across a resident who asked me if we had an acquisition committee to help look at new businesses that we could potentially bring in and to network and research and that kind of thing. I know that the Brentwood Neighborhood Committee is going through a little bit of growing pains and has a few openings on it. So what I really would like is some feedback from staff on how we can either strengthen commissions that we've got that have openings or help the public to find new ways to engage, like I said, either ad hocs or other short-term kind of committees. But I feel like there's more that we can do. I feel like these people that applied that weren't necessarily the best fit, I'd hate to lose their talent and drive, and I'd like to be able to offer them other opportunities to be involved. And I don't know if that's enough to go on.
Just perhaps clarify a little bit. It sounds like the first one relates to economic development efforts, and that we do have the land use committee that has now been formatted to include business attraction and economic development efforts. We need to probably schedule one of those committee meetings soon and invite the public to that. And then your second part talked about maybe revisioning the neighborhood committee because it's lacking members and reshape its vision. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and I think they're already kind of doing that on their own. I mention it because I know that there's openings on that one. But I also know that, you know, when somebody makes a post about homelessness, there's a lot of really engaged people that had exciting ideas. And so that's why the ad hoc committee thing was coming to mind as well. Like, maybe is there something we can do with a short-term 1 year? Let's take a look at homelessness. Let's invite speakers. Let's, you know, brainstorm. Let's whatever. And so I was hoping to get some more information on how that would develop. And then the other one was about Senior Citizens Month in May.
Yeah, we can get that scheduled with them directly. Don't need to come back to you on that one. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to bring back the possibility of taking the $27,100 that the lien that was placed, that for fines placed on the Deer Ridge Country Club, and have that applied towards the LLAD process, the transitioning process, and what other funds that we might include in that, above and beyond that. And that's it.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, I am interested. We heard a lot of feedback about the process for this hearing, and it seems like Damien's going to do a little bit of work on it, but I do think it needs to be on the agenda. Do we need to come up with a new process? Because it sounds like it's customary that we don't include the complainant, but we might need to start doing that. So how do we go about that? The other thing is, Tim and I had talked about project management software that the city invested in. And I think we need to explore ways that we can utilize the project management software to better inform residents on different work streams that are going on in the city, where they are, and when they can, when we invite them to insert themselves in. Because, and it could be developments, it could be something like the process for the hearings, whatever the case may be. But, you know, we're all, you know, we say we want transparency, and I think this would be a good way to get in there. I mean, we know that before I was elected, I had my own Gantt chart on developments because it's so difficult to figure out where we are. So I think we should probably explore that since we already invested in the software. Let's figure out how to leverage it to better inform residents on what's going on.
Thank you. Staff, do you have clear direction on all of these?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So then we will move on to item E2, and that was the future agenda item request from Vice Mayor Rodriguez for City Council discussion of and possible direction to staff related to methods for community engagement, including encouraging participation from marginalized communities in the city. I will turn this now to Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I don't want to take too much time. I actually was going to try to roll this over to the next meeting because I know it's pretty late. And then, so I just want to make it really short. I just would like to see how are we as a city maybe going to do some community engagement. And I know it's a little difficult because of the current situation within some of the communities that haven't been engaged as much in the process of, you know, the political process or mainstream economic process, cultural, social activities within the city. How can we get them more engaged and more involved? I know we talked a lot about community outreach, which is a short-term kind of a goal, right? You just go out there, do outreach. I'm looking at more of the community engagement, which is long-term. And then on top of that, you know, not just the marketing piece, but building relationships, because I know in different cultures, there's different ways of building relationships that become sustainable and that be able to get more, they're encouraged to get more involved in the community and some of the stuff that we do as a city. So I'd just like to see how we as a city can do better and engaging some of these committees that have been a little bit, that have been not as involved and as engaged. I know that I was speaking with someone today, and one of the things they had talked about was in the past, the city had a group that was put together with community members, and I think one of the ideas was looking at each district and involving maybe 2 to 3 members within each district and create a committee to talk about some of the issues within each district. I think, and Karen, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is you were involved in something like that in the past, where, you know, it was community members that were involved in discussions around the city. But I just would like to see the city come back and show how we're going to address, but also not address, but do some community engagement in some of these communities. I'm sorry, I'm already getting tired. And these communities that have been somewhat neglected over the years. And so it's nothing specific. I mean, it's just, I just like to see if we're going to look at what kind of approaches are we looking at. I know that we've hired a PIO. I'd like to see what maybe he has some ideas on that. But like I said, I don't want community outreach. I mean, that's the flyers. That's just all that. I would like to see more of the community engagement, which would be more long-term and relationship building. And that's it for now. I'm tired.
Okay, well then, at this time, we will go to public comments. If there's anyone in the public, I'll turn it to Margaret.
I received 0 written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the WebEx feature. I'll call your name if provided and mute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after that timer has expired. And I do have one speaker with their hand raised. Carolina, go ahead.
Hi. So this past weekend, I was one of the people that helped Johnny distribute the food and the bags of oranges. I was on Orange Patrol, and the bags of supplies. So I know what he can do, and I know what he can organize, and I know that he has a huge pull in the community for the community that he speaks of. So I'm very surprised that he cannot come up with ideas for the city to enact. I saw what he could do. He could totally do it. So I went to see what could be done. And I was very impressed with the organization, with the manpower that he was able to pull in, and how effective the whole organization was done. So I would love to hear some more suggestions from Johnny on how he can engage with his own community that he knows so well. He knows where they are, he knows who they are, and so I think Johnny can be more of a leader in this aspect and come up with solutions and not punt it back to the city so hard because they don't know the neighborhoods that Johnny knows. So I look to Johnny for more leadership because I know he can do it.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rod Floor. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Yeah, I just had a couple of quick suggestions on improving community engagement in general, not necessarily any particular community. And it would be more around these meetings. One would be to bring back the 5-minute comment clock that we used to have with Mayor Taylor. When I first started speaking at City Council, we had 5 minutes. And I don't think it would make the meetings go that much longer. Most people don't go the full 5 minutes, but the 3-minute clock, especially with the auto cutoff that we have during COVID, is really stressful. So I think that would be more engaging. Also, I've taken to making a post in front of every City Council meeting for the last few City Council meetings now on behalf of the Alliance for a Better Brentwood. And I think that we're having some effect. You know, we're getting more people involved and coming down and talking. And I was going to suggest that maybe, because we have a PIO now, that maybe the city could do something similar. What I did tonight, I tried to, show some reasons why people might want to come. I tried to explain some jargon to them. I might have promised Carolina that this meeting would be a little shorter. But at any rate, I think that, if you want to engage people, invite them in. If you just make an invitation, it's just ask people to be engaged. A lot of times that's all it takes. So that would be my suggestion. And look, I didn't even take 3 minutes.
Thank you. The next speaker is Claudia. Claudia, go ahead.
Hi. Hi, you guys. Good night or good evening. I just wanted to make a comment regarding what Carolina was saying earlier and what Johnny Rodriguez was talking about having our Latino community more involved. I think that's great. Yeah, that they should be more involved and you should step in. But I feel like it shouldn't be just up to Johnny Rodriguez just because he knows the neighborhood and these are his people. I feel like every single member should make it their obligation to get to know this neighborhood because you all represent Brentwood, right? You don't just represent one district, so it shouldn't have to be Johnny Rodriguez, the leader, right? I mean, Joe Bryant, you're the mayor. You should be the leader. You should get to know these neighborhoods and get more involved. Let's just educate ourselves instead of relying on our 1 or 2 Latinos that are representing us. That's all.
There's no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Thank you. So at this time, we'll close public comment. And if you have additional questions or comments on this, if you'll raise your hand, I'll just call you in order. And then we'll move to the vote. Councilmember Rary.
The League of California Cities has the Institute for Local Government, and they already have strategies that work, and they can provide a program for our city that we can use to engage immigrants and marginalized communities within our city. I attended one a few years ago in Pittsburgh. Maybe that's the one that what Johnny was talking about, or Vice Mayor Rodriguez was talking about. And one of the ideas was to provide a community emergency response team training in Spanish, along with a tour of behind the scenes when City Hall is back open again, of our different departments and introductions to the department heads. And they said that what this does is it gives those taking the class an introduction to what the city does and a connection to staff. It helps to create ambassadors, leaders who can help bridge the information and trust gap that currently exists. We might also look to Oakley's You, Me, We, Oakley Immigrant Engagement Program. Those date back to 2012, and that was also part of the League of California's ILG, the Institute for Local Government. And they do a cross-sector collaborative between the City of Oakley Union Elementary School District, Liberty Union High School District, local churches, nonprofit organizations, including the International Institute of the Bay Area, Contra Costa Interfaith Supporting Community Organization, and of course the Institute for Local Government. And I think if we do go in this direction that we should include Village Community Resource Center as just one of those agencies, along with other ones that were listed there and others that are available in our area to make up these programs, these events, these academies that people can attend and take part in. But I think if you take a look at Me, Oakley, it might be a good starting point in addition to working with the ILG to create a program for us.
Councilman Mendoza, Councilperson Mendoza.
It's okay. I think it'll get easier after COVID. I think with COVID, there's definitely an issue because, I mean, I'll go drop stuff off, but I am not going to sit and talk to someone. I haven't been vaccinated, and I have kids, so, you have to be careful about that. You don't want to be irresponsible and spread COVID. But so I do think that some of this is going to have to wait. I think this also kind of piggybacks on everything Woman Meyer did at the beginning. I think engagement was like her big thing, like all communities. So I think we can piggyback on, off what we've talked about in the past. But I also think that we all do outreach the way we do it, right? So, like Carolina said, Johnny, you were out this weekend. So maybe next time you're out, you said you handed out information on COVID. Maybe handing out, we can produce flyers at the city level in Spanish or whatever, asking people to attend meetings, telling them what's on the agenda, or, finding out when things are important for that community on the agenda and communicating effectively to them. Because also, people aren't going to participate in city council meetings if it's not important, right? Like, I didn't participate until rezone. Like, that's what really got me going and upset. I wasn't happy about it, and that's what spurred me getting on. So we have to find out, are there issues that are important to them? Like, if you said street cleaning is important, what do we do about street cleaning that we can start a conversation that then spurs on them getting more involved? But I think we have to find out what's important, because no one's going to participate if they're not passionate about something. So I think that that's something we need to brainstorm on too. I don't know if that's with, I think it was Vice Mayor was saying having, a group of people from different districts and getting them together to talk about issues. Like, maybe we'll find out what issues are important to them. But I mean, we all notice people show up at meetings when they're passionate. It's Deer Ridge, it's a business going in. So let's figure out what those key topics are, and let's communicate effectively. I mean, I know not everyone's on social media, but all of my aunts that are Spanish speaking, trust me, all of them in Mexico and the United States are all on freaking Facebook. So, and they all speak to me in Spanish on Facebook. So if you're on Facebook, share the meetings. If you're on Facebook, ask people questions. You can do different surveys on Facebook. And that's, before I was on council, I started Bridlegate page. I started a no drilling, in Brentwood page, and that got a ton of engagement. Contra Costa got more letters on the drilling on Contra Costa land than anything else they've ever gotten before. And that was all done on Facebook. We didn't do anything else. So let's try to figure out what those hot topic issues are and then how to engage them, because there has to be something that is important to them on a day in, day out basis, I would think. But, we got to figure that out.
Councilperson Meyer.
Thank you. I'm a big fan of brainstorming, so I'm loving all of this back and forth here. And I think what Vice Mayor Rodriguez was talking about with the whole, bringing in the engagement and the communities and all that, and the different people from different parts of town, I love that. When I was talking about bringing the commissions and the committees and all that, the ad hocs into a discussion, I think even like the Brentwood Neighborhood Committee, for example, could be something about neighborhoods. So you solicit the representation from across the city, like he was talking about, And you, like Councilmember Arreri was talking about, potentially make it a more centralized kind of idea, like for the betterment and the quality of life of the residents, as opposed to event planning, for example. And I know a lot of cities are doing like community action councils or citizen action committees, that kinds of thing. And I think maybe the neighborhood committee could be incorporated into that with these other ad hocs. But what about doing one that's specifically Spanish speaking and soliciting people that we know that are maybe bilingual so that they can, you know, work with other parts of the community that don't feel like they have a voice, and then discuss what's important to them so that it can be, someone can speak out at a council meeting and be like the representative to do that, to speak on behalf of their fellow community members who maybe don't, like I said, feel like they've been heard. I think this conversation is fantastic, and I could do this kind of thing all night, but it's late. Vice Mayor Rodriguez, if you ever want to talk about this, you know, marketing, engagement, outreach, all that, that's my background. I would absolutely love to talk with you about this, either, well, probably, I guess, Zoom at this point. Eventually coffee, but for now, I'd love to chat. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, if there are no more additional comments.
Mayor, I have my hand up, Mayor.
I'm sorry. Yes.
No, don't worry about it. I'll be honest with you, I really respect everybody's input. I think it's great. I feel the same way, Councilmember Myers, so I think we should get together at some point. Obviously, I know it's getting late, so we can't keep going. But one of the most crucial things when you engage the Latino community, I don't even think just the Latino community, I think diverse communities, right? I've worked in many different areas and different communities, and one of the biggest things is there needs to be a program we should include where family outreach is approached, right? There's got to be that family component where we're doing things within the community to build those relationships. I understand that, you know, they should be able to go to Facebook, or they should be able to do this, they should be able to do that. But, you know, sometimes they don't do that. You know, they're not engaged in that way. And so when I'm talking about doing community engagement, it's a lot different than doing that community outreach portion that we're talking about. I mean, programs should be offered in English and Spanish. That's when you start. I remember going to the Village Drive Resource Center one time, and somebody told me, why would we attend meetings? We get invited to these meetings, and then we ask, is there going to be translation? And they say no. So then why would we go to a meeting that we're not going to understand? So right there, we've already planted a seed that we're not being inclusive. So I just think that, and I understand what one of the speakers said in regards to myself. I'll be honest with you, it's a very hard position for me as a council member and a community organizer, because I don't want to cross the line and be disrespectful to my fellow council members, but also to the mayor and to the process, right? So I always try to respect that, but I would be more than willing to work with fellow council members and the mayor to look at different approaches that we could take. And I know I just said like two little ones, but there's a lot of different things that we can do. I think the community's hungry. I'll be honest with you, they feel there's some representation here now. And, I just like to see what the city could come up with and how we could all work together to get these communities more engaged. But it's a lot more difficult than I think some of us think, just because it's a lot harder than, just put it on the flyer or put it on an email and they'll show up because there's an issue. It's not going to work that way because I'll just be honest with you, historically it hasn't. And maybe it will, but I just haven't seen that. I think we need to engage those communities. We need to embrace those communities. We got to have them feel not only welcome, but engaged and working with them so that they can feel they're part of the system and part of the process of some of the things that we're doing. I guess we'll figure out what that looks like, hopefully. I'm getting tired.
Well, if I could, before we move for a vote, this will need a vote. I've lived all over the world, different communities, some extremely impoverished and some affluent. One of the things that has always worked for those, I know a lot of people don't know this, my wife was raised in Brazil. And so I am married to a brasileira myself. And when reaching out to some of those communities in Rio de Janeiro, if you want the community to be involved, let everybody know there's going to be a cake. Because as soon as the Brazilian in Brazil hears that there's cake, that you don't have to worry about involvement. They come out of the woodwork And we can do something along those lines. I know in New York, in Baltimore when I lived there, in Annapolis, anytime you wanted a community to be involved, the city or the chamber, I was very involved with the chamber in Maryland, Annapolis, we would go into a community and we would put on a community gala, have music out there, have some food out there, have things for the kids, little games for the kids. If you want to really engage in somebody, take down the walls of formality and have fun with them. Bring something to them that they can get involved with. And I'd like to see maybe something the city can work with that.
Joe, real quick, Mayor, I just want to mention this, and I know we need to move on. We hosted an event about 2 years ago, because obviously we couldn't do nothing this year, called the Day of the Dead in that community at the Dollar General's parking lot. Over 2,000 people showed up. Over 2,000. And I don't know how many people were, obviously excited, but crying, just feeling like, man, something came here. It was beautiful. It was an opportunity. Some of our city was involved. Our city workers were there blocking roads because it was a small parade. In regards to the day, there was culture, there was color, there was energy. There was no gang fights, no drugs. There was none of that kind of stuff. People were happy. And when you do that consistently and you show that the city's involved in that kind of thing, and then you start putting meetings together, then you start having those hard discussions, that's when you're going to get a true involvement from a lot of those communities. That was just off one event that myself and others just did because we knew that those are the kind of things that would make that community excited. And Gus jumped on it, and the city supported it with some in-kind donations. Simple things as that, in time, we'll be able to get them engaged with all the other things that we're talking about. I also want to address what Councilmember Rary said in regards to you, me, and Oakley. Great idea, right? That's maybe something we need to go look at. What are they doing? What is that program doing that maybe we can implement in our city? So I do understand I know that program very well, and I do agree with Councilmember Rary that maybe we go explore those kind of programs and see if maybe we implement those in our city. So I don't know. I know it's late and I get too passionate about this kind of stuff, but thank you for listening.
Well, at this time, if I could get a motion for this.
Motion to adjourn? Motion to what?
Johnny's item.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I don't have my red one in front of me, Mayor. So I'd like to make a motion that where's it at? Jesus Christ.
Vice Mayor?
All the things you just said.
A motion that we direct staff to look at different options and opportunities to be able to do some community engagement, not just community outreach. So I'd like to get some feedback from our staff on maybe different methods we could use.
I second that.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez? Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
I'm not going to lie. I know it's been it's been tough for Margaret to hear us when we say aye or yes. So I just keep picturing this aye in my head. So I'm sorry I've been saying that.
I'm having a little bit of sound issues in the council chambers, so thank you.
No, don't worry about it, Margaret. I just like saying that.
Motion carries unanimous. I'm sorry.
Okay. Now I need a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
First and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez? Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion
Bye,
carries
guys.
unanimous.
Thank you, staff. Thank you, everyone. Be safe.
Thanks for using WebEx. Visit our website at www.webex.com.